Alright, be right with you guys. Give me 1 second. I'm turning my heat on. Yeah, last week was a heat wave, and now I'm turning my heat on because it's fucking cold. Shut up. It's one of those mornings, chat. It's one of those. Quack has an iPhone confirmed, unfortunately. Alright, here I am. Here I am. Hello. How we doing? Heard global warming's fake news. Sounds about right. I know you get me, J-Bridge. I know you get me. We have like the exact same opinions about all this shit. How we doing? Moo, Mr. Madness, Mackers, Control, J-Bridge, Swin, Mr. David Bowling, loading screen, Ember. Anyone I might have missed? Reckless Monster, Wash Uranus. That's just good advice. Rocking the Pixel 6, loving the Pixel 1 since the 2, highly recommend. I really should change off of Apple. It's just habit at this point. I've been using iPhone since like 2014, 2013, I think. And I just never bothered changing back to better phones. Like before that, I was using Android stuff and it was great. It was immediate downgrade, and then I just got complacent. Whether it's Quag's weather 2 days later, yeah. Gonna be a great day, already filled with impotent rage. Oh no. Oh no. Actually watching from my phone from the shower. Giga Chad. Giga Chad. Mojitos sound good right now? That does sound good. Good shit, Moo. Breakfast mojito? That sounds dangerous. Yeah, so funny thing happened. Funny thing happened. You guys know how I never farm and Redux has got me playing like a lot of hours? I went to farm and I accidentally got a thing. Like I went to get another curse wit because I wanted to have two in my inventory and I accidentally got the rarest pearl in Redux on run 3. I did not get the curse wit I was after. It just happened. So like, yeah. Is it the rarest? Apparently this is the lowest drop rate to Lula. Apparently. From what I was hearing while I was hanging out in Moxie's stream last night. Because like that surprised me. I was just playing. It happened while I was watching, by the way. And people were talking about this item like 10 minutes after I got the drop. And yeah, it doesn't seem very good, but apparently the drop rate is like 0.1% or something. So, yay. Pixel guy here. I'm on a 4A, I think. I heard they don't have fingerprint screen unlock anymore past the 4A. Not excited to upgrade. I really like the... Like, I have an iPhone 7, so old phone. Old phone. But it has a couple features I like. I would like to at least have those few things. Using the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. I've actually... I think I know a couple people who have that phone, Brucey. I've heard good things. I've now had 2 pearls vanish from my inventory, so I'm not farming any more of them. Oh, no. It's been a thing with lands game mods in the past where, like, new items sometimes struggle to continue to exist. Could be something like that. S22 here refused to get a bigger phone. That's a concern of mine as well. Because, like, this is my phone right now. I actually just switched to a smaller case recently because my larger, bulkier, more protective case finally broke on me. But, like, it's still, like, almost the size of my hand. I have large hands, if you didn't know. I do have big palms. But, yeah. So, like... I don't want to go any bigger than that, but we're at the point where for a while it was the trend for phones to get smaller and then they started getting bigger. Hey, Dr. 7. Yeah, there you go. Dr. 7's got the fix for you. So like now we're in the point where phones are bigger again and it's making me hesitant to upgrade. Laws of Lands games goes like this. It doesn't have to be good, just has to be near impossible to get. Bonus points if it's unusable. It has been funny to see that Pearls have lived up to their legacy of people being so excited and they get them, they're like, oh, the gear I have on is better. Okay. Family member has a 13 mini also for not wanting a bigger phone, trade-off being bad battery. Yeah, I'm starting to really have battery issues with this phone. I've only had this iPhone 7 for 4 years. 4 years. 4.5. But yeah, the battery life is real bad. But anyway, this is the pearl I got. The negative force. Ice runs in my veins. You can't keep up. Pearlescents have this, like, not set bonus ability, but, like, maybe it stacks per pearl. But for having this on, you just get more accuracy, melee speed, and shield regenerate when you hit enemies. So that's cool. The melee speed's actually noticeable. I like that. I was wondering why I was swinging faster suddenly when I had this on. And then I did a Borderlands player moment and actually read the item. Special ability, while wards not depleted, taking cryo damage increases your maximum shields by 125%, increases your movement speed by 35%. And that's a really good effect. Problem is, in my current setup, actually getting hit with cryo damage is kind of tough. Like, if I get Frozen Vengeance in the chamber, then this shield goes crazy. But currently the issue is like this static charge has so much more capacity that I just get more dire sacrifice damage by having that. So but I want to do more mess around. Oh, I went and farmed a bunch of fair shares as well. That's what I was doing. I had several consecutive hours of mental illness, so I went farming. And I got a +5 mortal vessel selective amnesia. That's kind of cool. Honestly, if I was gonna use amnesia for this build, that's not a bad one to use. But then I farmed a bunch of fair shares. And this is the best one that I got so far. 2 Blood Frenzy isn't ideal, but like, I'll take it. But ability damage and area damage is good. Ability crit chance is okay. I really wanted ward capacity, but I'll settle. Feeling like enchants rerolls are bugged? They are. They are. It's a known issue currently. Oh, and I got an Echo Big Ounce, which really helps the single target issues. So today I want to do some runs in the chamber while we thonk a bit, and I would like to I want a Harbinger, I think, because I can get a little more damage for Dire Sac out of that because of the capacity roll. And if I have a Harbinger on, then I'll get more value out of that negative force because it'll ensure that my shields are like never depleted. I'll always have something. Yeah, Dire Sac is definitely one of the fastest chamber farmers. Like, it is so obscenely good. Hi, Pragmatic, how you doing? I'm trying to figure out the fusion explosion scaling. The Eternal Dragon seems to scale with nearly everything to some extent. They gave it a lot of formula. That's cool. That means it avoids like the Pandemicium pitfall of, sure, you get a lot of triggers, but none of them do anything. And it is a very, I don't want to say interactive thing, but like, you have to do a bunch of stuff. You have to meet a bunch of requirements before fusion starts working for you at all. Like, for some classes, it's easy enough to get a fire bonus element going, and then you just do poison and you're good. But like, for some classes, you need to actually build for that. So I like that there's a threshold to get it going. Kind of bugged right now. Ah, overperforming. Mm-hmm. I think it's one of those things that once it gets bug fixed, it'll still be good. And like, you can justify having it on the stronger side, because it's not just have it on for power, you know? Hey Jester, thank you for the 14-month streak and the 18 months total. I can't read. It's one of those mornings. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much. The game's a little choppy right now. It should wake up soon. Doesn't need it, really doesn't? Yeah.
Statement not found. Consider reinstallation.
Like, it's a really cool effect that has a lot of value. I don't think it needs beneficial bugs. Look at that echo hit. That's a big deal. One of the reasons I'm kind of hesitant to switch off a protagonizer is situations like that. Like, I forget about the possibility, but when I do get one of those ability crits, it hits hard. It hits pretty decently hard, because protagonizer is giving me a bunch of crit chance and crit damage. It makes a pretty big difference. Like, I brought this to Redmorn, and there was one run where I hit a crit on, like, multiple parts of Redmorn, so I just had one dire sacrifice that took, like, half of the boss's health. It's not consistent, but it works. Like, dire sac is legitimately good against Redmorn, to my surprise. So I really want to see how far we can push this action skill. Hey Shimata, how you doing? Good to see you as well. Feel like Redux has lit a flame in Wonderland's enjoyment. Never thought I had. It's really cool to see people enjoying the game. It's really cool to see. Like, the way people are feeling excited and motivated in Redux is like how I felt month 2 of Wonderlands, where a lot of people were starting to lose interest. I was still like, ooh, I could build around this, and this. So it's like one of those subjective things. I'm just happy to see people having fun in the game. There's been a lot of people talking about, like, repurchasing the game on PC so they could play the mod. It's been really cool to see, and I'm glad to see people like CZ and Epic getting appreciated for their passion for this kind of shit. It's really cool. Just good community vibes around this mod. Had some good conversations with Frost as well about some of the thoughts that went into the mod. It's just cool. It's good times. In the camp of thinking of repurchasing. It's, this is the kind of mod that I do see myself, like, when I get burnt out, whenever that ends up happening. Oh, we're animation locked. How do I want to pick up that loot. When I do eventually, like, re-burn out on this, I'll probably leave the mod installed. So this is a bug that happens in the unmodified game, that the only way to stop it is by, like, going down. But I can't find a way to go down right now, so I might have to save quit. We get nerfed today? Hopefully dire sacrifice. You can see your cursor? Huh. How about now? Camera mode, tried that. Still there? Really? I don't see it on the preview. Dare I say Hyperion shotguns? No need to tell me twice. House bug does have to do with the explosion, but the explosion scales off both elements and spell damage as a fixed base value, so the explosion doesn't get too crazy. So it's intended to be more like Pandemicium than it's operating right now? Okay, how about now? Do you still see a cursor? Wait. I don't see it on the preview. Am I losing my mind? Where is it? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Not seeing any cursor? Okay, okay. Are you sure you're not seeing the pet icon? Because I thought that was it for a second. It's the pet icon? Okay, okay. What the hell is a Redussy? Hey, pollution. Redux mod. It's good times. Fan overhaul. Team of talented modders took a bunch of shit and put it in the game. There's expanded farming was one of the popular requests. So they did that in a few flavors. And I can say, as someone who does not care for farming in these games, it's pretty palatable. Like, I can tolerate Redux farming. Basically, if you want a drop in most instances, you can go to the location, spawn 5 copies of the enemy, kill them all, check the loot, then reset. So it's not 1 respawn, 1 respawn, 1 respawn. You can do 5. That's nice. That actually helps a lot. Then there's a lot of quality of life things, like if you look at an item, the card will tell you where that item comes from. Hey McBain, how are you? Star good for boss damage now? We're working on that. It's better than it was. I still wouldn't call it good for boss damage as of yet. But the thing is, we can get it so monstrously powerful for mobbing. Whereas before you could make Dire Sacrifice good at mobbing. But now you can make it incredible at mobbing. That really makes me want to see exactly how far we can push it. So then we can strip back some of that power and move that into bossing power. So we'll be like a little shit at bosses, but we'll still be incredible at mobs. So it'll overall still clear fast. That's the goal with this build. What shield are you using? Static Charge. Is that one half your health? The way it ends up working out is because of unarmored defense, it's just more. I don't remember. Lazy ran this calc a while ago, I believe. But it still somehow works out to be more than running other stuff. Maybe a purple with like triple turtle would be better. Because it'd probably be like spitting distance of that shield value without that health penalty. It still ends up working out to be more than anything else I had around, so. I don't know the exact health reduction formula between Static Charge and Turtle and everything. But I know it's more than everything else I have. Ooh, I dotted myself. I need to spec into Blast Chill, I keep forgetting to do that. don't think I have a vampire big ounce yet. I'll take that. I also need to remember to swap weapons to make the fair share portion of my dire sack element match. It's good to default to fire because of all the fleshy enemies, but I should pay more attention than I have been. Well, I don't think I got the statue. Nope. Too many enemies. Good Wonderland save editor use? Currently none of them. The one that we used most commonly isn't currently working. At least neither Rune nor I were able to get it working. Ah, thank you, Dr. Seven. See, Dr. Seven's always got the fix. Ah, yeah, this is the one I used to do, like, the pseudo New Game Plus for all those playthroughs. Yeah. That one still works. Good to know. It's the, like, From Dark Hell one that, the worky. Is there anything Dr. Seven can do? There is one thing. Dr. Seven can't let you down. It's a skill issue. He just can't do it. But did he 8-9? Thank you for testing. Just 3 dire sacks, room clear. It's so good, chat. Like, it's so fun. This kind of thing does work in vanilla, it's just there's less density, and Dire Sacrifice itself is a little bit weaker. Hi, Kevin. Oh, I got a couple of these while I was farming out and about as well. I haven't shot it yet. I don't know if it's good. It's not going to be on this setup, but... I really should get some Torg weapons for single target. Like, I need some butter booms, some sword explosions. Oh yeah, where is sword explosion from in the mod? It's a unique in the mod instead of a legendary. Has the source changed at all? I just remembered that. Honestly, for a multi-target stoker in single target, not matching element properly, and having no gun build investment, that did better than I thought it would. Being unique is apparently reference to Swords Ocean being unique in Dragon's Keep. Ah. Think LeChance, though? Okay. We can go say hi to LeChance. Hopefully get some sword explosions. You know, I could also shotgun money. But I really want a Harbinger right now. So we'll probably keep hitting the amulet money until I get a bad Harbinger, so I know where it drops without having to look it up. And then I can go get a good one. Work harder to work less hard. Chain Lightning Fear Knot's just nice with the singularity, reload singularity. And I was gonna switch off Frostburn until I remembered Frostburn is still helping me have a decent amount of Faithful Thrall stacks. I managed to program myself to be like, Frostburn's purpose is Brutal Stampede, but no, it's also good for just Thralls. So this is the situation where we would most benefit from having some sort of gun to solve our bossing issue. So as long as we have a bunch of ads, we could keep clicking Dire Sacrifice, and once we get a crit, it'll do a good chunk to the boss. But until we get there, this is our bossing damage. Which is not bad considering this is Chaos 10. And I don't have any gun damage boost. I was thinking about getting an Insight Ring, but Insight Ring is conditional, right? The boost is conditional damage. So, because I'm a Berserker, I wouldn't really get much out of that. Oh, I dotted myself. That's unfortunate. Had a unique from Bunny just now. Yeah, I've gotten a few dingle-dangles from the bunnies. I've used Vengeance much. For me, it always seemed better at bossing. Got a few tracker darts in, just a bit clunky sometimes. Yeah, Vengeance is a bossing weapon. It scales up very well with having a bunch of mag size, because then you can just apply more stickies. It's the same as other Torg guns in that stickies profit. So Vengeance is just that. It's a good bossing weapon. Somewhat of a paradox though. It's a dark magic bossing weapon, and dark magic is the worst bossing element. Better than Sword Explosion. I'm sure you could stack up enough projectiles that eventually it outpaces Sword Explosion. The problem is, at least in vanilla, there's no point at which Sword Explosion wouldn't kill before Vengeance gets to that point. Because Sword Explosion is just strong without that degree of ramp. Shark's Bane for gun damage. Currently, I'm using Demon Blights for status damage, and more importantly, status duration. The fact that these are Ascended and stuff, it doesn't matter. Like, those tiers are disabled in the mod. I'm just using Ascended ones because these are the pieces of gear I already had on my existing saves. There's no actual advantage. You can see the status damage is down to 15%, which is the same as a non-chaos tiered. Just wanted to clear that up. But yeah, Demon Blight giving me dot duration is kind of the biggest deal. Like, I can still get enough dot damage elsewhere, but the duration is really nice. Especially for bossing situations where I can't refresh my Dire Sacrifice too fast. I don't really want to give that up. Also get duration for Myth now. Ooh. How much? I don't want to accidentally spend a token. It's a long-standing fear of mine. How do I change nodes? Okay. I don't want to accidentally spend mid-rank tokens. Status chance over there. Status effect duration. 1% total or per point? I'm gonna guess per point. That's 0.1. Okay. So yeah, 20% duration from over there is pretty nice. Neat. Frost Berserker Skeep, status damage, all damage. I'll take that. Can blocked, it says 20%. Yeah, yeah. It says, well, it doesn't say 20% here. Hang on. Hang on. It maths to 20%. Where's my fucking... There it is. It says 1% there, and then in the total things it says 20%. Yeah. Why are you street cleaning? It's gonna look like shit anyway. Seriously, I cannot tell you guys how annoying it is that there's always some sort of, like, maintenance or upkeep people are doing to yards or roads in this area, and it never looks like it's being done. It never makes a difference. Also, there's not exactly a lot of traffic, so there's no point to be doing that. I guess it makes people happy, so, like, sure, but it's also loud as fuck and annoying. It's called money laundering, my friend, you think? That would be an explanation. I have 2 dogs that run around, can't keep grass alive. Wolf, my neighbor, like, right behind, so they live on that side of me. Like, not behind me, but, like, that side of me. So if I open up my window, it goes directly to their yard. And over the last couple years, one of the people living there has taken up, like, dog training as a hobby. They're not good at it, though. So one of the newer dogs is, like, howling consistently, and it's just not a good time. It's not a good time. DOT and DOE are notorious for money laundering. Ugh. That would check out. Perfect Frost. That would check out. Sounds like you need me over there. I'd fix that in a day. Please. Please. How you doing, Wolf? Hey, Amber. How are you? Neighborhood must look immaculate. Like, sometimes, but it's also not uniform, because, like, you have your normal people who are just existing, living life, and it's like, yeah, okay, your yard looks like a yard. Then you have the people who overdevelop, and they've got, like, a sprinkler system installed for, like, no lawn to speak of at all. And then you have people who truly don't give a fuck, and then the entire lawn is dead. They've got cars parked on it. It's just... It's chaotic. Hey, Mackers, thank you for the Prime and the 5 months. I appreciate it. I did not start a chaos run. Look for explosion. Thank you, Cord. Thank you. Let's go to chance. It's Wartooth, right? No, Crackmast. I'm crazy. No, it is Wartooth. What am I talking about? It is Wartooth. This is what happens if I try to have a complete thought without enough coffee.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Manigeek, enjoy your lurk. Good to have you. Come to the realization humans in general don't really know how to properly train a dog. COVID's not helped that either. Yeah. It's one of those things where being, like, a dog haver and being responsible for the training is more effort than most people are willing to put into, like, having a dog around. So they don't train the dog well, and then everyone else suffers for it because they don't care. But everyone else does. Same energy as, you know, people who shouldn't have kids having one every year type shit. Like, fix your shit before you do this. Because I don't want it to be my problem. Actually, if we position well here, I can get a decent Lachance kill. Because, like, ads spawn, and if I kill an ad with Dire Sacrifice, not only is that more echo to hit Lachance with, but I also get my cooldown back a little faster. This is a good example of where Dire Sacrifice strengths aren't. Lachance ain't healthy. This is not a huge amount of actual time, but compared to other methods of killing Lachance, this is slow. So this is why the plan currently is to use some combination of the gun and spell slot and echo melee to deal with bosses, while Dire Sacrifice does everything else. Biggest thing I find is people cannot identify what personality their dog is. There's a spectrum you can break down to 3 types: front of the pack, middle of the pack, back of the pack. Back of the pack is usually dogs labeled as aggressive, which they are. It's because the human's not taking the leadership position to become anxious being there. Effort issue. That tracks. Wicked gossip. I could just... So, like, skill tree-wise, there is a class mod combo that gives me Blast Gasp here. Which one is it? No, it's this one. That's Burr Primary for the Blast Gasp one. Although, Grave Power isn't huge for Dire Sacrifice damage. It's just as important that you have it somewhere. The amount doesn't truly matter that much. Like, I could go for as many points in Blast Gasp as possible, and then have spells do some amount of work. Like, Fair Share should apply to Blast Gasp. And that could be decent. I'll have to think about that. Girl on Fire played at work the other day. It is one of those radio songs, huh, Amber? Like my 2 dogs, Mouse is a front mid-pack and Scout is a mid-back of the pack. Both require leadership, but Scout's more fragile than Mouse because she's close to the back of the pack. That's interesting. Probably losing more in Thrall's damage without Frostburn. Yeah, not having Frostburn would affect Thrall's damage quite a bit. So I'd prefer to solve the problem with just my gun slot, if possible. Where are the ads? If I can get Lachance to stand in a place where... Yeah, that works. Let me get good echo. Make sure I hit him a few more times with the big ounce to stack up radius. So with good positioning, you can take care of a boss in like 3 or fewer Dire Sacrifices, but you need enough ads, good positioning, and then like a little bit of good RNG. Like, this is not going to be a 3, this is going to be a 4, probably. And this is without the assistance of my gun slot. Work in progress. Now, mine's just an asshole, does what the fuck he wants. He feels he wants to reclaim my daughter's playroom, is pissing in there. For some reason, he feels threatened from Scout. She hasn't done anything. He just doesn't get along with other animals. I had a cat a few years ago. This was like long before I did Twitch or anything. I was living someplace different. Where like she was great until one day she just suddenly felt threatened by there being another cat in the house, even though like got both of the cats at the same time, so it's not like it was a new introduction. But she was just kind of threatened by the other cat, and then got real territorial and just started pissing everywhere. Ended up not working out, but rehomed her and she ended up doing well as like a solo cat um, Cats have a lot of personality as well, much like dogs. Stuff using pheromones to try and chill him out. He's improving. We'll see how it all pans out. He's also 11 years old. Maybe a get off my lawn kind of deal. Yeah, grumpy old man phase. Well, Chance, why are you parkouring? He's such a Chad. King LeChance just developing new hobbies mid-boss fight. What a legend. Ads are spread this time, so it's a slower kill. But those dots are doing work. I kind of wonder how Body Rune would compare to Static Charge here. Once I get that Harbinger, I want to retry Body Rune. Bolt Lash. 3 projectile Bolt Lash, that's interesting. Threads of Fate, that's a spell I want to mess around with more. It's one of those that, like, it's always been interesting, and in theory, building around it, it could be a really good boss melter, especially, like, because it's hands-off. You place it down, and then it'll do its thing while you do your thing. So it could be good for the same reason Sparkplug is good, except for a single target instead of AoE. But, like, it's hard to justify, because, 1, it's dark magic, 2, it's got a long charge-up time, and 3, there's other spells that just fill that role quicker. Still makes me want to try it. This is a good Steel Gauntlets. Got ward capacity. I can stand still during Dire Sack for that. I'm cool with that. Wasn't the features you didn't need to save quit in my misunderstanding? I don't know. You know me and not farming, so feel free to tell me I can just fast travel and go again. Improved mirror farming in Redux? Yes. After you complete version 1 of a mirror, the other 3 versions will just take you directly to the boss. Without you having to do the lead up to it. Helps if you want something from the boss. Summoning stand near the respawn location you interact with to make the enemy respawn. I've seen those throughout the world for, like, non-boss enemies. Like the Deady Source for the Fair Share. I used that thing. It lets you spawn it 5 times before the button disappears. Not gonna lie, with how inefficient this bossing is, it's probably faster to do shotgun monies for sword explosions. We don't get that much in the way of crystals, Corden, that's the thing. And I'm gonna have to do a boss with every chamber run. So, like, if it takes me 5 minutes of mobbing before getting to a boss that is probably slower than LeChance, this is most likely still faster. I could, of course, hop on a different build real quick and just, like, one-shot him with spells or melee or something, and that would be the most optimal way of doing this. But since bossing is a problem I want to solve for this build, going through the process helps me think a little bit. Story bosses very often have their mechanics tied to the map and mission. No totem for story bosses yet. Thank you, Dr. Seven. Do that. I can get him to run over here through that barrel. It's a good chunk. And I'm stuck on terrain. How much playtime do you have in this character? This character? I'm not sure. I can check after this kill. I'm not sure at all. Water got me. Skill issue. Would be nice. Yeah, I'll check for you, Billy Panda. Give me a minute. Stingy today, aren't we, LeChance? Alright, let's see. For weekly events overridden by Redux, you still get the increased Crystal Moon Orb stuff. That's a good question. I never thought about it. Still, one sword explosion per 2k crystals is probably somewhat likely. Probably. Let's see. But 2k crystals is 2 runs. Well, it's 1 run, but... barely 1. Where in my character list? As you can see, I have a lot of characters. There it is. I have 1 day and 12 hours on the Dire Sacrifice character. Hey Ken, how you doing? Good to see you. Feature runs are still a thing. I had to disable timed events because there's a chance they give you gear that isn't available yet or pearls or whatever. So the featured runs are the same ones that are in the vanilla game week to week. Not like a Redux thing you guys are doing. Yeah, that's cool. Like, obviously that'd be easier for you guys to do it that way, but I also like that it's like a shared thing between the games. I don't know. It's something about that's satisfying to me. Maybe that's just me. Ooh, Rivet or Masher. These things go crazy, by the way, chat. Like, seriously. This is one of the highest DPS weapons in Vanilla Wonderlands. Just this purple. It's absurd DPS. Times 5 black powder pistol with a 9 mag. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how builds in this game work. Trying to see how much milk I can squeeze out of Claw Blight. Claw Blight in Redux seems really good because of how much value Claw gets out of overstacking elemental damage because of Storm Breath. In Vanilla, Claw Blight is just kind of formula limited because of how redundant what the two classes do together can be. Like, You have Dragon Aura, which is a really good elemental damage skill. But then you have Whisper of Rot, Lightcaller's class feat, which is the same thing but stronger for no skill points. And then you have Active Decay, which is a poison boost, additive with both of those things if you're using poison. So you just don't get a lot of mileage, especially because if you have a good amulet and good enchants in vanilla, you already have a ton of elemental damage. It's just kind of wasted at that point. Clawbringer's Awe skill also being crit focus, and then one of Blight Caller's advantages is how much it supports dots. Dots don't crit with any degree of regularity, especially with that class combo. So you just end up having a lot of stuff that looks nice, but isn't doing much of the lifting. However, in Redux, I think Blight Knight as a class combo is way stronger. Like, real good. Are you whatting at Ken milking a nut, CZ? How you doing, Florio? Reading was painful enough you had to say it too, huh? Yeah, I did. I just wanted everyone to understand Ken's dedication to build crafting. He will milk any nut that he needs to. We should all be so lucky. But yeah, builds in this game, I still need more time in Redux to, get a feel for how true this still is compared to vanilla. But in vanilla Wonderlands, something to keep in mind is that your skill tree, depending on what kind of build you're going for, is sometimes the smallest part of your build. Like, hero points and skill tree are very weak compared to gear in vanilla Wonderlands. In Redux, skill tree seems to be more of your overall percentage of power, which I think is a very good design philosophy. But something to keep in mind is, like, whereas in some other build crafting based games, having an incorrectly spec'd skill point here and there can add up to being, you know, large percentages of your overall clear speed just gone. That's not really a thing with Wonderlands builds. As long as you hit the key interactions and you're at least having some presence in multiple damage categories, you don't really end up losing too much of value. So it's not something to really worry about tree-wise, is the point. And hero stats are minimally impactful. The real thing is gear. Changing out just one gear piece has a huge impact on your overall performance in this game. Like, if I equipped this shield, this pearlescent shield that has 3,000 less capacity, I would be absolutely murdering my damage. Just swapping to what should be a better item. Because, like, the effect of this pearl is better. But, like, it's not going to be on, and the impact of just the raw capacity on my, Dire Sacrifice damage is too much to give up right now. Just the effect of one item is a lot. Quick little work call. Welcome back, Wolf. Unless you're spell shot, of course, but JK, but not really. Like, spell shot is one of those situations where, yeah, spell weaving is monstrously powerful, but even something like spell weaving, when we add in the factors of gear and vanilla myth rank, even spell weaving being one of the strongest class-specific features in the entire game is just kind of a drop in the bucket. Like, spellweaving's overpowered. Post-nerf, spellweaving is still overpowered. And it's still minor compared to what you get from gear and myth rank. Hey, Jedi Monkey, how are you? Like, how much is spellweaving per stack? In vanilla right now? I'm not on a spell shot, so I can't look. Gamer, hey lazy. We're doing dire sacrifice, and it's really, really good mobbing. It's like, you had this theory a while ago. Increased density would make certain setups go crazy. Blood of the Fallen dire sacrifice with like actual mob density in this game. Ooh, it's nuts. It's like full chamber rooms in 2 clicks. Old magic bullets. Magic bullets change was a situational buff. But yeah. Check Lootlemon. I should check Lootlemon for spell weaving value. But the point of comparison I was going to use is Ascension here is the second biggest spell damage boost at 60% fully stacked. And like, they're not close to each other. The second biggest boost requires getting 10 kills. Is a tier 4 skill. And is still not close to the biggest boost. 8% a stack? Yeah. Spell weaving's crazy. Spell weaving with high thread count is, just for the spell damage alone, is huge. And then you have everything else you get by having spell weaving stacks. You have the gun damage from 1 slot, 1 kill. You have the fire rate from that skill, whatever that thing's called. You have all the other associated effects. And you have the fact that spell weaving costs you no skill points on its own. Been a new patch? Not to my knowledge, unless it's been pushed in the last hour. Spell shot power boosted too? Yeah, spell shot power boosts spell weaving as well. So, like, out of the box with no skill points invested and no spell shot power, spell weaving is already far and away the strongest vanilla class feat, with only Whisper of Rot on Blightcaller competing. Like, Berserker's Enrage is really good, but it's still not in the same league as those. And then you can just make it stronger. Did find a class mod last night that gives +5 and Oath of Thunder. No clue to be used for yet, but I thought it was neat. Yeah, that's a cool combo. Clawbringer armor skills are really, really good. Like, you can get Awe armor, and especially if you're playing Redux, getting Awe armor is so incredibly good, because Launch Clawbringer was more of a crit character than Stabomancer. Because you didn't need to give up your action skill slot to get functionally guaranteed crits with a lot of things. And Redux Clawbringer is basically Launch Clawbringer. So if you get more than 3 points of Awe, you can basically have auto crit stuff without needing to do something like From the Shadows. Because keep in mind, the flat crit provided by Awe is still not your only crit. You have your actual crit formula as well. And if you're doing, say, melee or spells, you can get a good amount of crit chance even without investment, because of those things having high potential base crit values. With guns and abilities, you'll still have pretty minimal innate crit chance, and that's where the Awe crit chance goes really hard. But you can have both happening at the same time. So Awe is just really good on armor. That's what I aim for. It seems like any armor that's Claw primary and Blight secondary has this chance to spec Awe. There's a Spell Shot Claw armor that has Awe. There's a Claw Stabbo that has Awe. There's a Blight Stabbo that has Awe. I think it's just those 3. And the Spell Shot one is like Spell Shot primary, Claw secondary. You can do exclamation point armor to see the skill combos. It's vanilla stuff, but it'll apply to Redux. Depending on what you're doing with your Clawbringer, you might want primary claw power, you might not. Like if you're using a Clawbringer action skill for damage dealing, you're going to want one of the combos that has primary Clawbringer. Let's do one more Lechance kill, and then we'll just go to the bunnies. And we can show this juicy mobbing for anyone who might not have seen it yet. Completely forgot about that spreadsheet. It's always useful. Seriously, whenever I play a lands game, I end up slowly just populating my browser with tabs of various spreadsheets people have made. Let's see, how many of those tabs do I have open right now? 5. I have 5 different spreadsheets open in my browser. Spawn ads. I meant spawn them in range, but thank you for listening. I like practicing fighting Lechance as well, because his attacks are extremely avoidable. Like, you can stand right next to him, and he'll struggle to hit you. Useful, skill set to, brush up on. Tabs with spreadsheets and loot lemon tabs for gear. Yep. Gordon gets it. Another cool thing about Redux movement is, you know Nightmare's spin attack? Well, in vanilla, one of the ways to make it end faster is, by just, like, eating the hit. But in Redux, you can double jump and dash over Nightmare's head, and he'll just stop spinning immediately. Neat little trick. Because as far as the boss is concerned, your hitboxes were, like, overlapped. So that's what makes it stop spinning. This seems really good. The Redux version of Vorkanar's Cog. All equipped gain 50% fire damage resistance and reflect incoming bullets back at attackers. Like, using this with, say, an Amnesia build could make you a lot less vulnerable to your own dots. But the bullet reflection, like, that's really good. Because getting reflect without needing to use a reflect shield has so much value. What do you mean my backpack's full? Wish I knew that Nightmare movement tech last night. Boss brick walls me so often. I shared it as soon as I was live and thought of it. It's only something that I did by accident yesterday, and then I was like, oh yeah, I could replicate this. How does Smart Armor work with Awe? So Aw's flat chance will, in a manner of speaking, eat some of Smart Armor's penalty. So like Smart Armor will take its chunk off, Awe will add its chunk. They'll just, if you have enough Awe, you can cancel out Smart Armor, but at that point, it's just, think of it as you are getting a very minor boost from Smart Armor at the expense of most of what makes Awe desirable. So it's like, like, I like to think of Smart Armor and Awe as inverse value. Awe is extremely valuable because of what it does. Smart Armor does the exact opposite, so it's terrible. This chaos bug. Completely untouched by smart armor because of its place in the formula. So, wait, does it actually go after? Are there two kinds of post-ad? That's so lazy. I stand corrected. Dr. Seven knows. Post-ad's always last? So, only Awe is post-ad and smart armor isn't? How does that work? Oh, smart armor goes on the sheet. Right? Smart armor takes your sheet value. And Awe doesn't? That makes more sense. Hang on. Cancel this. The more I looked at it yesterday, the more I was like, yeah, there's more desirable armors than this. It'd be one of those things where if smart armor's crit bonus was, like, noteworthy. Pre-ad being 5%, regular crit chance, smart armor, Awe. Oh, yeah, okay, I thought Awe and smart armor were in the same bracket there. That does make smart armor slightly less shit, but it still kind of holds up that the penalty, even if you can neutralize the penalty, you then have to look at the value of the bonus versus everything else in the armor slot. And, like, you have crazy armors like Fair Share, Selective Amnesia, Brutal Stampede, that don't have those massive downsides. So, like, even if smart armor didn't have the penalty at all, it's just worse. Is this room fixed? The enemies seem to actually attack. So, I think so, Lazy. Oh, well, never mind. That one isn't fixed. This enemy isn't. We spoke too soon. But look at this dire sack clear. Ready? That's the room. Trust in magic? Thank you. It's so good. So walls just kind of don't? Often, yes. And there's ways to boost splash radius in this mod. So I can get the radius even bigger. Yeah. 2 dire sacks for the entire room. Turn on some smooth jazz. They just want to vibe. Thinking about the armor conversation again, it's always interesting to hear people's opinions on the sort of flavor of armor effects in Wonderlands versus class mods in Borderlands. Because, like, armors in this game are so powerful or so useless. There's not a lot of in between. Like, you have Amnesia being truly horrifyingly strong and really impactful on the way you gear, the way you build, the way you play. And then you have Pandemisium just kind of existing. I know a lot of people want armor effects that are more like class mods in BL3, for example, like meaningfully change your playstyle. I think Amnesia is one that kind of does that. But you do have some that are a little uninteresting. Like, Calamity's kind of in that boat as well. Make Executioner's Blade instant or just invisible? I don't know. I haven't played Redux Sabomancer yet. Beyond 10 minutes of speccing into the class for Alchemical Agent. called Hellfire Sack because that sounds less desirable than Garlic Sack. If I wanted armors that worked like BL3, I'd play BL3 though. To an extent, I agree. You can. It's just like, for me, I wouldn't want a replacement of how Wonderlands handles armor because Wonderlands has to play around the whole multi-classing thing, right? If you make an armor effect that's too synergistic with one class, you risk it being completely worthless for another, and that's fine in isolated cases, but if you did that with every armor, then, like, getting armor for classes would be pain, because you'd have to chase the one effect that works for you. What did Redux do for Sabo class feat? I know they buffed it in some way, but I do not know the exact way. Offhand. Not on a Sabo right now to check. Is XP progression through the story altered at all? Much faster. I was like level 7 by the time I got to Butt Stallion for the first time. Doing absolutely no side stuff at all and ignoring shrines, I ended up slightly under-leveled later on, but it only took me a little bit to just get to 40 after that. XP is much faster. It's much faster. Like, I'm pretty sure if you do shrines and, like, the very convenient overworld side missions in your path while doing the story, you can hit, like, level 35 by the time you get to Dragon Lord. In what is mostly a beeline. Finish a story at 25 doing no side stuff. Yeah, in vanilla, I would finish frequently at 25 with side stuff. I stopped and did side stuff right before Dragon Lord in Redux playthrough, just so I would have a capstone, because I wanted it. But XP is a lot faster in the mod. Next to no farming, primarily did side areas and side quests level 40 in area before Dragon Lord. Nice. I should be holding this. I just want to get through the shield before we get the Stampede, if I can. Yeah, that's enough for now. Do the thing. Do the thing. Did Redux dot dire sack last night? Very good. Let's go. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. The mobbing is so... It's just so strong. It's so efficient. It's just figuring out the bossing situation is like the focus of my efforts right now. Do you not do the... Do you not do the thing in the mod? Or do you not do it until your health bar? Am I crazy? Do you not do that? Kara failed its MOT today, so that's fun. Gotta get that fixed. Oof. Sorry, man. Adulting be like constant stress. I appreciate being 5 to 10 levels away from endgame versus 20 to 30 levels away from endgame. Right. Absolutely agree. I guess you just don't do that. Okay. I was kind of looking forward to using sack on the Stampede, but alright. Works fine, it's just fast. Exi Blade? Cool. no. I chucked myself. Spawn ads. Do you spawn ads in this phase? You do. One time Quag, one Stampede, right? Doing 8 charges was excessive, but 0. Gotta hold the poison one. I don't want to spoil item effects for the mod in case you have an interest in doing this, Lazy, but there's a couple things that just make me think. Like in a good way. Especially for stuff like Dire Sack. You can still go invisible. In a different way than Nier, you mean? Listen. I still want to continue the Nier playthrough. Just, that last section, man. Ooh. That was the most tilted I've been gaming in a long time. Yeah, we gotta solve the bossing issue for this. Having good guns is gonna be the key here. That's why I want those sword explosions. I think this is one of those cases where ×3 makes the most sense. It's like I don't have mag size to stack up a ton of hits on the ×1. Just doing a few ×3s pretty quick should be the play. You can dot burn to death. Oh, the save. That was almost bad. You're not supposed to be here. Face. Thank you. You're not in range? Sad. Guess I'll just shoot you. Surely that hits you. They are competitive for damage? I have no idea. I picked it up off the ground while farming some stuff yesterday, and I've not used it in any serious capacity. It's got multi-target, which is cool. Face. Thank you. There we go. That was a good hit. Waiting for Gearbox to make a non-spinny barrel flat off AR. You've got the Monarch. I just want Vladov to be kind of overhauled. Stoker suffers from being Vladov. It was like the whole underbarrel thing. Like, think of all the good Vladovs in BL3. They either don't have an underbarrel, or only one of the barrel functions is good, and not both. Ah, yes, the shotgun. Like, Phasor, mid. Phasor, underbarrel, great. Boomsicle, literally an underbarrel. Lucian's Call, no underbarrel. Light Show, no underbarrel. Kick Charger, Ion Cannon, no underbarrel. Backburner, no underbarrel. Boogeyman, no underbarrel. Liuda, no underbarrel. Like, the good Vladovs just don't have the gimmicks. So, back to the drawing board for the manufacturer gimmick. Liuda is an underbarrel only, I suppose. Yeah. What is it? Doesn't have the fire mode switch. It's just one mode. Wonder barrel. Ooh. Did someone say barrels? Okay. I want Harbinger, but I think I need a hit for Sword Explosion more. Please be in here. Hey, we got one. Not the element I was hoping for, but we did get one. Divergent. Well, we still have enough left over to at least get a weak tap on this. Best we can do is Red Hellion and Hawkins. I think it's interesting how Jacob's manufacturer feel is fantastic, and the weapons are mostly mid. But then Vladov manufacturer is terrible, and most of the weapons are trash. Yet they're still both really popular manufacturers. And then, like, Hyperion's got great gimmicks, but not a very popular manufacturer. And also has a bunch of trash guns. And then Atlas has a gimmick that nobody uses. Almost no guns total, but makes nothing but bangers. Exceptions are like 2 guns. Nah, that's Chaos Bug. Dahlia's been my favorite in this game. Yeah, Dahl and Dahlia, like, their whole thing is just, hey, we feel good to shoot. They've got the fire mode selector, but, like, that's super minor. It's just, they feel good to shoot, and it works. Let's see, how does... Oh, I need to be on sticky mode. Silly. Yeah, that'll be fine in an element matching scenario. Chaosin, my beloved. Chaosin, Bloodstarved Beast, Breath of the Dying, Chaos. Manufacturer just feels good. How to farm purple guns? Be lucky. Be lucky. Best bets are going to be either hit the chest in Brighthoof, or save Scum a vending machine, or get lucky from the bunnies. With bunnies, at least, you can narrow it down to the type of item you want. Makes it easier, but the more crystals you put in, the more you're just going to get legendaries. So it can sometimes be, you know, you show up for purples and you get one. Dire Sacrifice with Nessie looks cool. It's so fun, Scroll. It's so fun. It's incredibly fast. Cat, what are you doing? If you want to make a Claw STJ build, who would you pair as a second class? Stabomancer. Just because Alchemical Agent is nightmarishly strong. You can just get yourself a really high melee crit chance overall, and then every single one of your STJ crits is gonna place a really powerful dot. STJ can hit each target up to 3 times, depending on how you angle it. So you could just get insane dot value. Like, anything that survives your throw is just gonna die to a dot in a few seconds. Guns and pearls yet? Yeah, I got one. I got a shield by accident. Oh no. Alright, down me. It's super. Please down me. Please. Gargle Snot. Please. Please. I'm too tanky. Oh hey, my weapon came back. Cool. Well, I don't need him to down me anymore. You know you can stand in Revenant water and absorb bullets ever in shield? Huh, that's funny. I didn't know that. How many kinds of water are there in Lands Games Challenge? Yes? Oh, understandable. I want to stand here. Dire Sack from up here. Go down here now. It's rare that a room takes more than 3 activations. Crit Connoisseur. I have Crit Connoisseur and Nullify. My poor damage. Who needs consistency? How many synonyms for confusion can you think of? Befuddlement, bewilderment, astonishment. One can be baffled. perplexed. Stumped. Nonplus, that's a good one. Bewilderment water. This is make me want to do Cleansing Flames Nova setup again, but with Blood of the Fallen. What are we doing? Dire Sacking, Mr. Adblock. Banshee. This is gonna be pain. We're hitting Shotgun Bunny because I want Sword Explosions to help solve my single target issue. But the mobbing is buttery smooth. Like some of the easiest mobbing I've ever done. Like, Furior Lightning Bolts are pretty good. But Sword Explosion, or like a ×18 Torg Shotgun, are a little bit better. These phase already. Oh, not the sigil bug. Oh, there's my ammo. Yeah, like one of these in fire would be good. Not a crit, so the damage is trash because crit connoisseur. Oh, you had to phase right then? Toxic. Smackledorf, learned that from SpongeBob. SpongeBob always teaching useful stuff. What do we think about, so I thought about earlier Blast Gasp armor. What if I went for that and used Inflammation? I feel like that could be pretty okay. Like extra damage happening while I do all this. And seeing Inflammation chains from a Dire Sacrifice, setting them off would be so cool. You can double jump over the high ones. So yeah, I guess in Redux you can just double jump for every attack and never have to think. Because you just get high enough that that one can't hit you either. That's fun. Yeah, note to self, never take Crit Connoisseur on this setup. Because it's strong when it works, but when it doesn't, it makes the already long sections longer. But I hit crits with these lightning bolts. Those are good chunks. Should be able to finish her this cycle. Oh, okay, we're good. We're good. Good. We change on Dire Sacrifice. Huge buff to the amount of damage you get relative to the amount of health you sacrifice. So you simply do more damage with it. Now, it still has a bit of a problem in bossing, because you activate it infrequently, and it's definitely just more suited to mobbing. But the idea behind the experimentation today is that I want to solve that as much as possible. Like, ooh, connect friction. Dire Sacrifice mobbing is so incredibly fast because of the really high mob density in Redux. So it's just one of the fastest things for clearing rooms. It's just when you get to boss rooms, that's when it starts to struggle. So we're doing runs and trying to get good bossing weapons to resolve that. Divine Soul. What dat? Huh. That's cool. Magnet sphere that latches onto nearby enemies. And we got a non-Ellie sword explosion. Of course it's non-Ellie. Bonus health it gives doesn't benefit you much over a static charge. So let's see. We have 13,478 health right now. Kinetic friction, we have 11,600, so a bit less. Like this fair share is ward capacity, ability damage, but would this be better? I don't get the area damage. Let's see, what's the health difference? 13,478. Sell those to make room. This one? This is the blast gas one that I was thinking about for the inflammation stuff. Where is it? Where's the one I was just looking at? This one? Yeah, I see you. So this is more because of that ward capacity. Yeah, I'll run with that for a while. Place Sorterang? No, Sorterang is still in. See? Sorterang's right here. I imagine it's still bad. Yeah, there's another one here. Stab-o-matic. So, what's the current state of the Stab-o-matic? I was told there's, like, some contention over it. I don't know how true that is. Like, it was changed to not be melee, but then people were complaining it's too weak. Was the secondhand info I was given. Shotgun that scales with melee, so it should still be pretty good. People found it doesn't trigger AA equals bad. It just means you use it like a gun. I mean, I don't want to say that that's writing it off too soon, but like that's writing it off too soon. You're not allowed? Oh, sorry. I don't know. Maybe I'll mess around with it. This is how you get me to play gun builds. You make me die on some contrarian hill. You did this on purpose, CZ. Holy shit, Stomach, you good? That was a loud one. That one definitely keyed the mic. Yeah, that one definitely did. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on down there. I'll file a complaint. Was already dead when they changed Spellblade? No. But I see now the shitpost you're doing. Yeah, I see you. I see you, Jprich. I see you. What was I gonna do? There was a specific thing I was gonna do, and I forgot because streamers don't have object permanence. I still want a Harbinger. Dark Magic Graveborn Harbinger with like maybe status damage. I don't feel like I need this action skill cooldown very much, especially because I have this enchant here. Anybody done math on the possible max remnant damage? Stone Swan has, I believe. It's in the quadrillions, by my recollection. That's one of the main reasons why whenever we stipulate like max damage, we have to say single target, because you have characters like Amara and Krieg that can just run away as soon as you allow multiple targets because of mechanics like Blood Explosion and Remnant. Whereas stuff like Short Fuse, Eraser, Minesweeper, that all single target works. I really want more sword explosions. And by the words from my tongue, relatable. Let's do another run. I was supposed to check notes and praise the game before stream. My body doesn't let me eat in the morning most of the time. It sucks. Oh man, hang on, what's going on there? Is this a fire reflux? Kind of, not at all. Oh no, it's just like it's a lump. It's really good. Like, I don't have gun damage. Why is this shredding? Do I have Chaos Bug? Hang on. Oh, this is Chaos Bug. That makes more sense. I was like, hang on, this shouldn't be this good. You kind of have to save quit after every run in Redux, if you want an accurate measure of your damage. I get that way too. Usually it's if I have to get up way early. I used to get up for work 4:45, not be able to eat until like 8 sometimes. Yeah, I can't really eat until like now. Like if I wake up normal time, which is around 8:30, 9 o'clock, something like that, I can't really eat until now. I'm gonna say Hex, but yeah, Lump. Forgot the legendary version. The Rhina. What does the Chuck do? Just bomb? Honestly, that's pretty good still. Like, that's good. Yo, we have a Furior shotgun Chuck that's good? This is legitimately the first time that's happened since, like, early BL3. First one since the Anarchy. Oh no. Like, this thing goes so hard. It looks like Threads of Fate repurposed. Hey buddy, I like the bright side. I love the bright side. It's not good, but I love it. Like, it's viable, but good is a strong word. But this seems legitimately good. Like, I might build around this. Get a character with a bunch of reload speed. And it only has 3 ammo in the mag, so you don't consume ammo too quickly. I like this gun. Where does this come from, source-wise? Dedicated source, Obsidian chests. Recently discovered the insanity that is a Ruby Spite. Ruby Spite's cracked, yeah. The gunslinger armor in Redux especially makes it go nuts. Gunslinger Ruby Spite with Barbaload is silly. Just silly is the only way to quantify that. I suppose you could make it even sillier and do, like, from the shadows with the augment. And Geist in the shell. What's the from the Shadows augment? Instead of guaranteed crits, you only get a boost to crit chance, but you get a damage increase instead of a damage penalty. White Rider. ×1 though. Anything like release Gunstell will be the rage for a week till we find out how much better melee spells are. There's a spell that's apparently so strong that it already had to be balanced. It might have been bugged or something. I don't know. I was busy gaming when Moxie was talking about this on his stream. But there was one spell that had to be addressed. One that was new to Redux. And Wicked Gossip is still in here, untouched, as is Laser Hand. So, like, I think the reason why those aren't being talked about is because people just aren't doing those right now. They're still gonna outclear everything. If Trickster's Ice Spikes haven't been touched, they're still gonna outclear everything. Oh, someone reminds me after this run, we'll do some Spellcaster setup runs through. Verify that real quick. I should amend that. It's gonna outclear everything except Dire Sacrifice. Definitely outclear Dire Sacrifice against bosses, but mobbing, can you be faster than a well-positioned Dire Sac? It's just 2 to clear the room. Fastest sack in the Wonderlands. Yes, sir. Emphasis on well-positioned. My first one was not well-positioned, so this is going to be more than 2 for this room. But yeah, almost got it in 3. I did get in 3. Yeah, it was 3. So poorly positioned for all 3 of them. It's still cleared in 3. I'll just preface any testing by saying something snuck in that made many unique spells overtuned fixed soon TM. Good to know. Some of this will probably need some gear swaps for certain bosses. Do you think you could avoid that? For bossing, like, Dire Sacrifice itself is just never going to do as much as other things. Something that I guess could maybe be explored is just quick swapping to Reaper of Bones and shooting guns. But the idea, Mr. Adblock, is I want to try to solve the bossing problem with just my gun slot, if I can, to get that to be acceptable rates. Because then we'll still average faster than a lot of other builds because of how fast Dire Sac clears rooms. I don't know who's asking about Remnant. I never actually mathed max damage for it. I just wanted to hit 1 quad. I might get into the Quints if you allow 3 enemies. There you go. Oh yeah, I can use this. Oh, I hit myself with the chuck. I didn't die though. That's cool. Like, this is the situation I want to resolve for this build. And I'm not seeing an answer other than Sword Explosion yet. Maybe I could throw on a laser hand. Do I still have one? Did I just throw out the one that I had? I think I actually just threw out the laser hand I had on the save pane. Like, maybe because of Ascension, I have enough spell damage that laser hand will do something. But I would really want Blast Gas. And using my spell slot for that means I don't have Faithful Thralls. So this is a problem that this action skill faces. Now, maybe, with how powerful Dire Sacrifice is now, you can just kind of run it on a gun build. Dire Sac bosses. What armor do you run for that? Amnesia? Or, something else? Oh. I should have the reticle. Funny, right? Kind of aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, let's make her Scarlet Claw. Ooh, Claw. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Currently, I'm using Fair Share because it's fun. Yeah. I could have more raw damage from Harbinger. Definitely helps me more than Protagonizer for that. I have Demon Blights. Static Charge on right now. Scarlet Claw with current setup would go pretty hard, because that's just a fresh mult. Better Amulet would do a lot here. That's probably the main thing holding me back. Ooh, wait, I can use this. Armor we're using Fair Share right now. Holy recoil. Maybe I'll let you get closer. See, that's way better than all of the other gun options so far, but it's still not awe-inspiring. No pun intended. Like this. That still does okay. But it would take a while. Yeah, there's so much potential here. I know a boss fight that looks like this in a game where you can just instantly delete bosses looks discouraging, but seriously, that mobbing speed is gonna make a mediocre boss fight worth it. We just need to get to the point where the boss fight is mediocre. At least you don't stall out here, it shows hella promise. Yeah, it's not like we can't pass the DPS check, it's just... it takes a while. Yeah, his shield regen doesn't even... Or Reaver might enjoy a nice dip in the purple. Dip in the purple would be good for selective amnesia, but currently we're doing fair share. Seriously, this gun is surprising me. What's the name of this thing? I keep forgetting. Divine Soul. Divine Soul, Divine Soul, Divine Soul. It seems real good. I'm gonna have to build around this. Stuff to test, I suppose, is whether those beams are gun damage or not. Shoots like a Hyperion. Like, it gets more accurate. No wonder you like it. Or it just looks like a Hyperion shooting. I suppose it kind of does. I see what you mean. Don't typecast me like that. Just because it's a Hyperion doesn't mean I'll like it. I'm attempting to think of a Hyperion shotgun that I don't like. I literally can't. Can someone name a bad Hyperion shotgun in, like, this game or BL3? Like, the Fever kind of sucks, but it's at least fun. So I don't count that. Like, is there a bad one? Still standing by the idea of being able to take any skill regardless of tree selection, the type of mod would add so much build diversity. It would definitely be interesting. It would kind of mandate certain things being toned down, though. Like, for example, From the Shadows being allowed to exist in that environment would be a little excessive. It'd be a little silly. Be the first thing I try. Like, you'd see usage of From the Shadows and Plague Storm would just be good on literally every build. All of the melee action skills that aren't on Stabomancer would get stronger on Stabomancer. Dire Sacrifice stronger on Berserker. Or on Blightcaller. Or on Stabomancer. Does he not do the close cycle in this phase? Guess not. I gotta do that. Another way to think of Dire Sac's value here is damage per activation compared to other action skills is still on the higher end. It's just, if there's not density, we have to leave. Like, compare the amount of damage you get out of one Dire Sacrifice to the amount of damage you get out of one Barrage. At least one vanilla barrage. I haven't used barrage in Redux yet. Disclaimer. Trying to think what Ambihex would look like without spell shot. Being able to equip multiple utility spells would be really interesting. Like, you could have a sigil and something else. Like a sigil and Love-Struck Bow, for example. Or you could have double Frostburn to just instantly hit your Hydra's cap for any Brutal Stampede builds, for example. You could have Frostburn for the same purpose, and then some sort of damage dealing spell. Hey, speaking of, Brutal Stampede. Nice. Claw primary Brutal Stampede with melee crit chance. Shaman has gun damage. It's good enough to pick up, though. Mace Wardu. Another one of the huge capacity wards. Mace Wardu with Turtle is really big as well. Mace Wardu with Turtle might beat out Static Charge. Because it doesn't have the health penalty. Maybe? What's the lot we farming for? Shotguns. I still want Sword Explosions of more elements. But I also want a Harbinger amulet. So, shotgun and amulet. We're farming for. Another kinetic friction. I've only seen the Blightcaller Vorkanars. Does the Clawbringer one still exist? In the mod? Or was that repurposed? Ooh, this is new. Phantasm's Curse. Oh, I did get one drop of this, and then I forgot about it. Well, I like the model. That's pretty. Did you repeat that? Vorkanar's amulet. I've only seen the Blightcaller version. Does the Clawbringer one still exist? Because it was a Clawbringer only thing, and then they made another one when Blightcaller came out. So it was like only those two classes in vanilla. It's a doll pistol, which makes me want to like it immediately. Mace Wardu Nova Amp. Do you get Capacity Turtle Mace Wardu? That's probably the biggest. Hey, Ski Prod's still in. Love to see it. No sideways sight. I know. Throw it in the trash. I should hit shotguns. We're not gonna. Hit amulets. I'll do next run with spellcasting. Oh, that's a Harbinger. Dark magic, but it's Stabo power. So I can still show off why I want it. It's got a shield capacity roll, so if we equip that right now, yeah, we get about 900 more health off of that with our current stuff. And whenever I activate Dire Sacrifice, I will get back my my entire ward bar. Because unarmored defense. That's pretty nice. Yeah, I have 3 Vorkanars here, and they're Or all the Blight Collar one. I haven't seen the Clawbringer one yet. Secondary tree. Burr down to Capstone. I keep forgetting that I want to put a point in Blast Chill, but honestly, I don't know if that's worth. Maybe one from Blood Frenzy to Blast Chill. Makes the most sense. Yeah, I'll do that. Respect before I forget. Of course, going to Harbinger means that I can't double roll status damage on that slot, but if I get a Harbinger with status damage, that's like best of both worlds. That slot's between Protagonizer, Theurge, and Harbinger, depending on what I want to do with my spell slot, I suppose. I also didn't have any Dark Pact. Maybe I should change that. I probably only need 2 Sanguine Sacrament. But is 1 point of Dark Pact worth anything? 4% Dark Magic damage? How much do I get from Myth and Redux? Anything? No? None? I'll see it on the list. Am I blind? Oh, there it is. 30%. Yeah, no, Dark Pact's still not worth anything. That's such a weird position to be in. Because, like, between Myth Rank and Amulet, I already have 45%. So 4% per point for Dark Pact just isn't good value. I would rather have Dread Covenant and then that. Controversial theory crafter opinion. All of these 4.4% per point skills, you could justifiably buff them in general. Because, like, currently the way they work out a lot of the time is their dump skills. Like, Active Decay is probably the worst skill in Blight Caller's tree. It's 4% poison per point. Dark Pact is one of the worst skills in Graveborn tree, 4% per point. Ancestral Frost is one of the weaker skills in Berserker tree, 4% per point. The only reason it still gets taken in a lot of optimal setups is because if you're not doing melee on Berserker, then you take it. But it's just low value. Like, Dragon Aura is good because it's every element and it's more per point. Whisper of Rot doesn't even cost points. Like, those are just stronger. Storm Breath is stronger and scales off of, you know, more shit. Tangent. Probably fine with 2 Sanguine. So we'll have that very low value point. I can get more. Yeah, I don't need Essence Drain super badly. But now I can't get Blood of the Fallen. Let's handle this tree first. Yeah, okay. That's going to be the optimal Berserker setup here. If I wanted more damage, I could take Ancestral Frost over Unyielding. But I just like this for comfort. Helps fight dots and such. It's good value. Take that. Take that. "5% per second is not small. You think I could justify only taking one Sanguine Sacrament so I can get more Dark Pact? I don't know. Like, it's 4% Dark Magic. That's so little. We'll just see what happens. Not optimistic about that, though. Go that route, so I won't have to change that once I switch off Protagonizer. Okay. Spellcaster. I did respec to try out the Ambihex Augment. Or, I guess it's not the Ambihex Augment, it's just a Spell Shot Augment. Functionally. But I'll probably spec back. So I have Morhems and Blast Gasp. Where's my Trickster Spikes? I don't need enchantments. I don't need them. Oh, I'm gonna have to re-equip that spell, huh? That's fine. Do that. Okay. So this should be faster in boss rooms for sure. Still being fast and mobbing. I guess I should test to see if this is Chaos Bug, but it functionally doesn't matter. That is Chaos Bug. It's still gonna clear this fast, because spellcasters are crazy. I was fast? Yeah, Deadshot with Trickster's Ice Spikes is one of the fastest clearing things in the entire game. Trickster's Ice Spikes are faster than Pixies, by the way. It's just you have to do it yourself. Connoisseur, yes please. gun builds will never compare to this. Straight up. Good old dead shot. Yep. The more I think about, like, Deadshot setups in practical terms, the more I'm willing to put Trickster's Ice Spikes on the tier with Laserhand and Wicked Gossip. Because, like, they do this. If we had to have, like, a top bracket of overall performing spells, I think it's hard to argue with those three. Do you guys think anything else goes up with those three? In your personal experience or through what you've heard? What part makes it Tricksters for Science? Oh, I forgot what this part Inspector doesn't. It's, I want to say it's like Ice Spike 2 is the part name, something like that. Like, there's a bunch of different delivery methods for Ice Spikes. Like, even outside of the whole manufacturer determines repeating, etc. It's just the same item with, like, a different delivery. I don't remember the exact one offhand, but there's a number for each of them. Causes the ricochet? That's what Trickster's does. Trickster is a single ice spike that bounces. Arcane Bolt kind of quirky. I'm a big fan of Arcane Bolts. Arcane Bolt is my favorite pew-pew spell for the, not cry, for the lightning and poison elements. Or not poison, I can't speak. Lightning and dark magic. We got there eventually, chat. Words. Need more caffeine. Sugar's brain no work. I think it's mod 4? Ah, mod 4, thank you. Yeah, each of the types has a number associated. If 4 is Trickster, then that one. Scallion, Mosquito's Mantle, Ruby Spite's probably the next fastest clear, I guess. I would doubt that, strictly because Ruby Spite has the ramp-up time of needing to get that first kill. And then you also have the human input factor. Like, if it's a gun, you're killing along your sightline. Now, with a spell like this, I'm still along my sightline, but I'm bouncing off of terrain as well. And the tracking of the bounce of the Tricksters is pretty aggressive. Tried killing the Maker? I mean, when I've ever played this game, yeah, all the time. In Redux, not as of yet. I haven't touched any raid bosses in Redux yet. Spellcaster builds against the Maker, though. In particular, using a Dazzler or an Arcane Bolt, you can kill the Maker in single-digit casts. Because she's just kind of easy to hit the crit spot on. So it's not really a task. So 5-minute total clear. More than double the speed of Dire Sacrifice, just because it's very slightly slower in mobbing rooms, and then exponentially faster in bossing rooms. Ah, there's the Vorkanars in Clawbringer flavor. Dr. 7, it exists. It answered my question. Single ice spike got 2 projectiles is pretty sick. The single triple. Yeah, it lasted a long time. Super good. There's another one. I wonder if it's so my understanding of how it works in the base game is the Blightcaller version of Vorkanar's cog is unlocked by completing Mirror 4, whereas the Clawbringer version is unlocked by completing Mount Cross storyline. So if you don't have both on one character, then only one of the versions will exist in your game. Kind of a useful farming quirk. So this character must have done Mount Craw, whereas the other one didn't. Another run. The ricochets go off on hit damage. That I don't know either. I've never done any Trickster's Ice Spike testing. Oh, Chaos Bug. I've never done any specific testing for the ricochet values on these, just because it's one of those things. Oh, enemy dead? Okay, don't care. Any pearls yet? I got one. Off stream yesterday, I was farming Ribula for a Cursed Wit, and then on my 3rd run, I got a pearl. I was like, oh, okay. I did not get the Cursed Wit I was after. Suspicion is yes on the double dip on the bounce. It'd be surprising if it wasn't double dipping the off of the on hit, because like sometimes you see weird single target stuff with the Trickster's Ice Spike beyond the bounds of what I would assume would happen from just hitting a single hitbox with the same value multiple times. If that makes sense. Favorite build is my Morhem's Blessing Arcane Bolt build. 80% crit chance, 2 spell charges, permanently spam proc kill skills, 6 Dark Hydras, usually 4 to 5 active, Brutal Stampede Thralls, 1 point Warcaster to cheat reloads, Torg weapons for extra bossing damage. I like the Warcaster tech there, that's cool. I had a launcher build I ran a while back with 8 points in Warcaster, so that any spell weaving stack increase would just reload. Yeah, Arcane Bolt is definitely cool. Somewhat part dependent, if we're being honest. Because getting extra charge, extra projectile really takes it to the next level. But you could make that argument for a lot of different spells. Kinetic Friction over Bronco Buster for Dot Dire Sack. Is that still Bereaver, Mr. Sean? Or is it a different multi-class? Blightcaller Spirit Swarm. Ah. Yeah, that tracks. And Kinetic Friction gives you more health than Bronco Buster does, by my recollection, so that just makes sense. Difficult half Graveborn. 100 over 75. There you go. Blank slate. Not listed on the card, of course, neither are. Love those hidden effects. 15% base crit is necessary. I wouldn't say that it is, because you can naturally crit, and at least the habits formed by lots of Deadshot use is if a spell can naturally crit, you should try to naturally crit with it, unless it's named Wicked Gossip, in which case sometimes you just aim for the feet. Like, you can just naturally crit Arcane Bolt, so you can give up the crit chance part for more damage. Like, you have a lot of incentive for just hitting crit spots with spells. I'm simply not bothering with Trickster's Ice Spike because you don't need it. But any situation where you want all of your damage. It's like the same logic as aiming for headshots in Fade Away. If you know Flak and BL3. You can still get your full damage without it if you're lucky, but if you're able to hit those headshots, it will just be your full damage. Body Rune. Did you guys adjust Body Rune's part set in Redux, or am I just weird in, like, only finding capacity roll ones? Because, like, I think that's a good thing that I have only gotten capacity rolls. But, I've only gotten capacity roll. It's not like the item has much variance anyway. It's only capacity, health, or nothing, but I've only seen capacity on like 6 different drops. Gotten all 3? Yeah, weird RNG then. Well, but have you considered that I'm lazy and just want to pew-pew without thinking? Perfectly valid. Oh yeah, how is this gonna do here? Better than I thought it would, especially considering I'm missing. Thanks, Skeep. Very cool. That's where the yellow puzzle is harder than any of the raid bosses on some builds. Yeah, because a lot of methods of doing damage simply don't work on it. Like, you can't dot the yellow sigil thing. So, if dots are a huge component of your damage, just get fucked. Also, some builds that you need to be looking directly at something to damage can be a little annoying. Like, if you're using, say, a bad example here because it's dots, but Dire Sacrifice, you can just turn around and not look at it. But if you're using Dreadwind, because of how the camera gets placed, it's really hard to actually Dreadwind that thing and not get blinded. You can do it, but it's hard. Yeah, next time I'll just switch to Wicked Gossip to make this not slow. It'll be fine on the Bernadette phase for now. Still no Stampede? No. Maybe it's just not a thing in Redux. I didn't notice on my playthrough because I actually phased it really fast, so I assumed that was why, but maybe it's just not a thing. The armor? No, not the armor. The attack where it spawns a bunch of, or Dragon Lord spawns a bunch of wyverns that just stampede across. Haven't had it a single time, and I've done slow fights today. Like in vanilla, if you don't have fast DPS, you can get that up to like 3 times, and it's really annoying. Can't say for sure, but I believe it was removed. That would track with what we've experienced so far today. I suppose I'm not opposed to that. Like, it's a fun spectacle, but it is annoying when you're trying to kill the boss quickly and you just miss the phase skip by like a couple seconds. He just does it anyway and you gotta wait like a whole 20 seconds, 30 seconds. I see why that one was removed. I think that does just make the fight more palatable. Hey Sean, how you doing? I gotta use the anchor more. I really wanna like the anchor in this game. Adaptive Bad Egg, that's a good roll. Personally, the Stampede discouraged less powerful builds because I knew I'd be waiting through multiple of them. Yeah. Stampede was miserable on, say, Barrage build. When I did that Barrage challenge run, it's fun to ricochet the shots off of them, but like you lose so much momentum, and it made that Barrage count even more silly. It was especially awful on the Blizzard run, because I just lost my Blizzard. It's a good theurge. Yeah, I don't think that was a boss mechanic. That was, I don't think a majority of people liked that. At least from what I've encountered. There's examples of removing a boss phase where I'm like, that kind of detracts from the fight. Like if you completely remove immunity phases from Anathema, for example. It's not for me. Fewer? Sure. None? No. Taking away the Stampede from Dragon Lord is like, fine. Let's see some Dragon Lord farms. Dragon Lord has a pearl, right? Oops, slipping stuff. Do I have laser hands on me still? Wouldn't mind the Stampede so much if it was like only 1 or 2 waves, but every time it feels like 5 waves. Yeah, it's extremely repetitive. It's... I brought up the Anathema thing for a reason. Like, it's very similar in that if it was only a little bit, I don't think people would have much of a problem, but it's... You can get the mechanic multiple times in the fight, and it lasts forever when it happens. And it's not threatening. Yeah, it'll knock you off if you're, like, not at your keyboard. But other than that... Is this health bug? I can't tell, because Laser Hand would just do this normally. I'll err on the side of this being health bug, because every second run has been thus far. Could try a raid boss rush on this build as well. Got more than enough coverage. Redux, it's really fun, Lyman. I'm liking it a lot. Liking it a lot. Oh, laser hands. Yeah. Love doing this, seeing resist and still just memeing the boss. Gunslinger, gun damage, sure. Wicked Gossip, the goat. Okay, Tony Stark. Spell builds, Mr. Adblock. They go crazy hard. Who needs Torb weapons anyways? When you hear theory crafters talk about how gun builds just aren't towards the peak of power in this game, they're talking about stuff like this. You could get very strong gun builds that can clear all content efficiently and feel very powerful, but they will never be this. We'd even bother with a Wicked Gossip that doesn't have extra projectiles. If I didn't have a Wicked Gossip, yes. But since I already have ones that do have the projectiles, no. But Wicked Gossip in like any configuration is an extraordinarily powerful spell. Even if you had, like, the quote-unquote worst possible roll of a Wicked Gossip, it's never gonna drop below, like, Ice Spike level, so... I missed. Wagging. Series of skill issue. I love gun build, but I'm glad other people can play how they like. Yeah, I think that's one of the things this game does really, really well. You do have, like, BL3 level build diversity. It's just there's less game here to enjoy it with. It's kind of like the TPS problem, where TPS skill trees are so supportive of doing lots of cool things, but there's just not a lot of game. His Nightmare's loot drop no longer need an orderly pile. Area damage. Not great skills, though. Yeah, 5 to 6 minutes for 2,000 crystals seems like a decent way of hitting the bunnies. I really want the Afterburner to be good. I would love to do some stuff with the Afterburners, just I don't know if it has enough damage. It certainly doesn't in vanilla. Okay, Turtle double adaptive. That's interesting. I'm picking that up. Maybe do something with that, Dire Sack-wise. Also want to check... I think on my Dreadwind save, I have a Turtle capacity Mace Wardu. Thinking about the Afterburner, enemies have less health and has the same damage. How does Chaos 10 enemy HP compare to, like, base game Chaos 20 HP? Because Afterburner was already, like, questionable at old Chaos 20. So, like, I don't recall. We'll probably have to look into that. Because Afterburner is definitely, if we're gonna make one of the shields that does direct damage valuable, it's most likely gonna be that one. Because it just has the biggest number. But the question is if that's enough. We have more formula stuff available for it than we did when we first tried to make it work. Like, Blightcaller exists. And that's a pretty big deal. And also, we know more about how the game works. Wish my PC wasn't halfway across the US, got that lands itch. Hopefully, when you are able to get your PC, Mr. Adblock, we still got some of the buzz that's going around right now. It's cool to see so many people engaged at the moment. Think about spam, though. Amnesia deplete, Vaybreaker to refill over and over again. I like it. Yeah, we, that experiment we did early on, using Harbinger and Amnesia to trigger it. Harbinger, Amnesia, Dire Sack. Oh yeah, Chaos Bug. But we would have more efficient ways of doing that now. Could do Reaper Amnesia Fatebreaker. Oh yeah, same thought. Cool. And status up to make Amnesia stronger. Yeah, then you'd have the Reaper bonus element applying to the Afterburner, which should give it some pretty good value overall. What would the second class be? Berserker for Formula and Enrage? Or do we go Blight Caller for taking advantage of the status stuff? And Whisper of Rot. Bone Carver for boosting Fatebreaker stuff. Potent Poisons, exploit their weakness. Checks out. I was thinking Berserker because, like, unarmored defense and the old ways. But hard to argue with exploit their weakness. And also Enrage. Like, the Novas, the Afterburner Novas, getting Enrage on them is kind of a big deal as well. But, like, doing Bone Carver would give you a lot more value from the Fatebreaker itself, for sure. Hey, Gage. Good to see you. I've been enjoying your Skyrim streams immensely, by the way. Thanks for testing. Do we do Afterburner stuff, chat? You guys feeling it? Also burrows area damage. Area damage helps for sure. Do you think Radius affects the Afterburner favorably? Because, like, that was never an option in the base game, and it's hard to hit all of the, like, discs of the Afterburner in the base game. But with Radius, maybe that's less unreasonable. Burr also helps keep Reaper Bones up, that's true. You got Unyielding, you got Blood Frenzy. Yeah, we'll do some Afterburner stuff after this run. If I can throw together appropriate gear for it. I enjoy lurking here. I know nothing about Wonderland's BO3 endgame. It's nice to hear cool stuff. Hey, happy to have you. Truly. Missing dashing in vanilla. I keep slamming. It's tough to switch back and forth. Question mark? Oh, okay, I guess that has to be a bullet. Today I learned. No, I've meleeed that before. Really just here for the cat. Understandable. I have a cat. Cat. Which one of you? You're eating, you're napping. Which one of you wants to get up? Do more damage. That is usually an answer. Kevin was eating, but he came over to say hi. Cat used to have his name Dave. Human named cats is just something about it's funny. It's something that had to grow on me, but it's funny. Cat is doing cat things. See? He's a cat. So happy I backed up saves before installing Redux. Lost all my gear on all saves, but ripped my Redux save and gear and shit. Oh well. Yeah, I backed up my saves folder before I installed. Just like the installation instructions recommend. But, you know. Is Kevin the one protecting the house when they're home alone? No. Kevin would hide and Jake would make friends with the burglars. So, they'd be terrible guard cats. How hard would it be to get all elements active with spells? Be cool to do Avatar theme, the last spellbender. Well, with Ambihex, you can get 2 spells. Twister deals 2 elements naturally. So you could have Twisters that cover 4 elements collectively, and then you have your Stand of the Soul bonus element for Dark Magic. So you could just have all 5 that way. It's way different than what happened in the movie. I'm loving the idea in my head of a cat setting up little random traps and just doing mischief now. It's like Tom and Jerry. Oh yeah, let me show off the spin thing I mentioned. Do your spin attack. Okay, so while he's doing this, you double jump, dash over his head, he stops. I don't know why I'm calling Nightmare a he. Hit. Corpse. Blood Stallion's corpse. She. Hit. Doesn't matter. Oh, hey, a fusion. Ooh, a good fusion. Hang on. That's cracked. Why couldn't this be better skills for, like, Dire Sac? Because we could do Dire Sac fusion otherwise. But... like, this is perfect Dire Sacrifice passives. I'm so upset. Ward capacity, ability damage, area damage. It's got Graveborn power. Like, pain. Okay, so afterburner stuff. We're thinking Reaper of Bones, Selective Amnesia. We need an actual afterburner. I guess I should hit this bunny and hope for one. Shouldn't be hard to, like, get one, though. Maybe you can make full battery decent as well. Amulet-wise. Amulet-wise. What are we doing amulet-wise? Skeep makes sense for Reaper stuff, but is there something we can do to get more damage? You know, that Vorkanar amulet could be kind of fun. Fire resist, so Amnesia is less threatening to us. Although that would maybe interfere with how easily we can break the shield. Be good defensively, though. And Reflected Bullets would be getting the Amnesia bonus and the bonus elements from Enrage and Reaper. It'd be funny, at least. What other amulet options? Theurge to get Reaper back, I guess, would be the most logical. Like Theurge inflammation, as per usual. Skeep to start. Yeah, that'd be the safest way. Skeep's a start. Rings-wise, do we just go Demon Blights? No. Maybe? No, it has to be Insight Rings, right? Because then we get, yeah, we get the conditional on the Novus. Insight Rings. Gun-wise, how much really helps us? Sure, there's some sort of debuffing weapon in Redux. So probably whatever that is. Elder Wyvern Ring for the fire damage. That would give us some gun support, too. Oh yeah, I haven't looked at Redux Spore Warden tree yet. Accuracy and handling on Eagle Eye, love that. That's a lot more gun crit chance on Bullseye, love that too. First shot bonus for cover of holding, that's interesting. Called shot being a worthwhile skill. Kind of tempts me to actually go down that far of the tree. The enemies with barrage significantly decreases their attack speed for 5 seconds. They take increased damage for sniper rifles. Cool. That's fun. Cool Blizzard augment. Freeload. Fatemaker's weapons won't consume any ammo every other shot. Ooh. Yeah, it says every other, but I guess it's every 4. It's Cloud of Lead. I love Cloud of Lead. I love Cloud of Lead. Like, Cloud of Lead is one of my favorite skills they've ever made. It's just so well designed. This is my Sawmill Reaper of Bones gun build. So I figure we can get the gear for the Afterburner memes on this. I don't know how much value we get out of that augment. Like, be better off just getting freeload, huh? Freeload Lord of Edges. Gun build and listen, possibly a little chubbed up. Yeah, rare gun build I'll actually play, Mr. Adblock. Ah, it starts at 4 and then goes to 3. Okay. Yeah, I'll take freeload. Sawmill can't play the angles, I don't think. I need to get the 1 point in Blast Gasp from here. One stain, 2 ascension, most logical, I think. I could go 1 harvest, 1 stain, 1 harvest, 1 ascension, just for presence of dark magic bonus element to get a little extra healing. I don't need Blast Gasp to do much damage, I just need it to exist so I can get Wrath of Nature. Yeah, I don't want to see what that is yet. That pearl. Oh, and I need Reaper Bones equipped. Okay, enchants. No, I don't want to see that. I gotta throw out those. Twin Soul turned into a pearl, and I've managed to avoid seeing what it is, still, because I just look everywhere but at the description when it's on my screen. Increase mag size action skill active. That'll be nice here. I guess I could put that on. That's more ammo regen. Sure. I put on the gun, though. Cliff can fix that. And shield like the messy breakup? Not that I'm aware of. Unless Redux changed that. The one that talks, not shoots. Yeah, Cursed Wit talks. Doesn't shoot. If you mean talking, then yeah, there's that. If you mean the weapon behavior, then no. Not really comparable, yeah. What do I have equipped here? That'll be fine. So we need to hit the ward money for afterburners. Or I could go to the source, but I don't know it and I don't feel like looking it up. And it's a good time to try out Spore. Wow, no problems sustaining ammo. Yeah, Cloud of Lead be like. Cloud of Lead be like. A little hard to see with, 10 FPS gameplay, but big ammo. With this much, I could drop some mag-sized stuff for damage, honestly. I probably don't even need Last Gasp. What else would I run? I also need to remember to ADS for Called Shot, I suppose. What did I just pick up? No, I'm dropping these. Still haven't read them. But I'm dropping them so that doesn't change. a lot of enemies. Big ammo. One thing Redux does to indirectly buff Graveborn quite a bit is, it's not as unreasonable to ramp up kill skills to their caps. Like, getting full stacks of Ascension without using Graveborn Capstone in a lot of situations in the vanilla game is a little unrealistic. So that's helped out a lot by Redux having higher density. So Graveborn Capstone is a lot less important in this mod in general. But that also applies a lot to Dark Hydras. You could have a number of Dark Hydras equal to the points you have in the skill. So if you were running an armor that has 3 in Dark Hydras, you could have 6, but the problem is you only have a 60% chance to get one on a kill skill trigger. And they only last 10 seconds each. So actually even getting 6 Hydras, even when you have those points, doesn't really happen. But in Redux, it could feasibly happen. So Graveborn in general, because of that, gets a lot stronger. You have more Thrall stacks, you could have more Stampede stacks. And you're less restricted to the spells you can use to expand the capstone and stuff. It's nice. I like it. Just one of those ripple effects of increased density. Berserker and Graveborn get a lot out of the increased density. This is the way their trees work. Favorite part about the mod so far? It's much more reasonable to acquire gear. That's probably my favorite overall thing. Like, I don't think that Chaos tiered gear is a bad mechanic inherently. There's aspects of it I don't like how they were handled, but like, I think it's a much better implementation than like Mayhem and OP levels on gear, for the most part. Asterisk, but for the most part. However, that said, I think that removal of that system does help the gear system feel a little less punishing whenever you need to go acquire a new item. And also the reduction of the size of the passive stat pools for a few slots goes a long way. It's just more reasonable to get gear you are after in the mod at a baseline level. There's still some things that you're just gonna have bad luck with, like I spent a bunch of time today going for sword explosions to very little success. And looking for specific skills on an armor, for example, is still gonna be pretty tough on average. But the point is it's better. Better than it was. And that means something. Now, with ammo being this much smoother, I could probably get away with a ×4 sawmill. Though I don't know how the part set was changed in Redux. Okay, ×4 still exists. I could probably get away with ×4 for more ricochets. I don't know if that's better in single target, though. Provided I can shoot it infinitely, probably. All the explosions from blast gas happening while I'm shooting my gun makes it kind of look like I'm playing Mo's. Because I get the cloud of lead visuals on my shots, and then I get the short fuse visuals on the enemy. Yay, moose. Every other shot being free with that spore skill also means you could do a lot of launcher stuff with this class now. That's cool. Zoom through the campaign right now, new Sabo, level 15 to Karnok's Wall. Yeah, you can go through real fast. It's really nice. Class might have got on selective amnesia, that's why I'm on fire. Mr. Quag, what's your favorite Risk of Rain 2 OST, and why is it the one from Sunder's Crow? Mine is the one from... I don't remember the name of the map. It's the one you teleport to the moon from. That map. You can teleport to the moon or loop. That stage. Whatever that one's called, that is my favorite one. Sky Meadow? Yeah, that sounds right. No problem. Definitely go on Spell Shot if I'm gonna farm that guy for a pearl. Just laser hand and bully him. Oh hey, Afterburner. Perfect. It's even got amp to help us break it. Beautiful. That's one item down. Yeah, 3141 times 6. If we're gonna get a shield effect to do damage, it's gotta be this one, right? Only 2.6k capacity. That's good. Unarmored defense will make that reasonable to break. Source from Zomboss. Okay, easy enough to refarm as well. So I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick before we hit the bunnies. Here, you guys can look at that. BRB. Gotta relieve the Quagosi. Yes. Hey Don, how you doing? Good to see you. Okay, so I should probably hit the Wait, I have a big ounce on this character? What was something changed into big ounce? Because I swear I didn't pick one up on this character. What was this before? Huh. I should hit the melee bunny for Fate Breakers. Because we need those. A lot of pincushions. I'm sad to see pincushions still here, I'm gonna be honest. It's, certainly an item. Okay, so Afterburner, Skeep. Do I have a relevant Skeep here? I think I do. I have a Barbalode with no element, yay. We'll have to check my bank. We're gonna have to brave the bank, chat. Make a new build. Or testing a concept to see if it'll do meaningful damage. I feel like worst case, we get this to just perform at like a discount Dire Sacrifice level. But because it's a Reaper setup, we'll have good gun support going. I have a Butter Boom I could surely apply to something. Thank you for taking care of Mr. Adblock, Sora. I appreciate it. Enjoy the adblock. Are sawmills edited for all mag size parts, just having a look in mind of half your mag size, which seems to weaken the gun quite a lot? No, these are actually all, well, I farmed one sawmill and then copied it and changed the element. This is not max mag size. Max mag size you can have on a sawmill, I believe, is 24. Which is what I originally wanted. So this is like a middle of the road. Sawmill ammo consumption also varies a lot. You can have ×3, ×2, or ×4. Yeah, there's a lot of part variance on this gun. I think it can swing from 16 to 24 mag, if my memory serves. I think in Redux, if you're using it, less mag is better because you already have so much value from freeload. And you can get even more ammo regen from Consec melee. Yeah. For Redux sawmill use, I'd honestly go with the low mag. 16 mag ×2. Armor-wise, what do we go with here? It's got to be Amnesia, but do I have an appropriate one for the build concept? That's what I've got, so that's good. Yeah, just make sure you max this skill, and you're chilling. Gonna reroll for that enchant and give it a go. This is my sniper originally built around Vanished. Carouser? Yeah, Carouser's a gem. Unless another sniper also went. Monka. I'm glad to see Ski Prod still around. I'll probably do a Ski Prod gun build in Redux as well, because Freeloader is also crazy for that. And Ski Prod in vanilla is one of the fastest mobbing weapons in the game. Criminally slept on. Love to see that pushed farther. Ski Prod could get scary with that Gunslinger. Yeah, Ski Prod on semi-automatic with Gunslinger seems crazy good. Hey, Viper. Just got off lounging around after work. How was your day? No, I don't want to see that. Stop. I don't want to be spoiled on that pearl yet. I have twin souls in every save, and now it's a different item. Looking for amnesias that would be good here. Today's canceled, that's how my day was. I feel you. That was me last night. I had like a really bad mental health night. Like, it was bad enough that I was farming items in this game. Productive. That helped me a lot with the build, but... what changed on Twin Soul? It was overwritten to make one of the pearls for the mod. So if the Afterburner setup is going to be Grave Burr, then getting more Icebreaker and more Cold Snap makes the most sense. Let's see what skill combos there are. Refresh my memory. Hope the farming helped. Yeah, it was productive. We got some good stuff for Dire Sacrifice. A couple new Redux guns as well. And legitimately, farming deadies from non-bosses isn't actually terrible in Redux, because you can spawn 5 copies of the enemy at once, and that makes it a lot more tolerable. Looking at skills here, getting more Icebreaker would be good, getting more Cold Snap would be good. We could go Burst Spore to get both Icebreaker and Cold Snap. But there's getting Ancient Fury from Burr Grave is area damage, which would help the Afterburner Novas. And we get both Burr and Grave power. So we get area damage, we get Enrage damage, and we get Reaper of Bones damage. With primary Burr, secondary Grave. Seems like that's going to be hard to beat. Do I have any of those? Is the next question. Oh, I wanted to check for... Do I have... Capacity Turtle Mace Wardu is 6.7k. I need to put this away. So I can try that on Dire Sack. Yeah, I have 2 of them anyway, so it's fine. Oh, that's new. I wonder what that was. Huh. This is extra in the old ways, has area damage and movement speed. This could be fine for now. This one's 1 Icebreaker, 1 Cold Snap, area damage. Smile on the Quag Hug emote is fucking adorable. It is. I guess we'll take this one for now. Actually, I can do some runs on this. Body rune. The body rune. Let's do a couple boss runs, because I do still need to get Fate Breakers. Salissa, how's the sciencing? Dire Sacrifice science has been interesting, Vocal. We are testing out to see if we can get a Shield Nova thing going. But there's a couple pieces of gear I need for that, so I happen to be on another save, just kind of vibing while we do chamber runs for a couple pieces we need. So it's going well. I hope you're having a good one. I love this animation lockup bug. I need to either wait a long amount of time or die to fix it, and I have trouble dying on a Frost Shiver. Thank you. Class in the morning did work outside, so kind of sore but vibing. A productive day can be a great excuse for having a chill day for the rest of it, you know? Ability level +1. Oh, I forgot about ability blank slate. Maybe I should do some stuff with that. in the mod. Like ability +2 blank slate on Cleansing Flames Nova could be interesting. Though you lose all that Clawbringer power and you lose all the other class passes. It's still hurt by that a lot. If this armor could get class power, I think it would actually see use. There's an item I wish you knew about. You know, it's third Redux stream. Go ahead and tell me. Go ahead. Hey, Masher Man, how you doing? Love all your content, keep up amazing work. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, that means a lot. Pogner. Yeah, I have one of these. I had to think about it for a second. Pearl Shield, remembering right. Nova and some sort of dark magic shenanigans. There must be more than one Pearl Shield then. Because I have one Pearl Shield. I have the one from Ribula, and it's not that. The other one? Okay. Oh, is that the one Moxie got last night and was immediately underwhelmed by? Trepidation Breeze. Oh, that's sick. Bad Time Blow? Can we call it Bad Time Blow? Possibly, it's definitely niche, so you're messing around with anyway. I'd like to see what you could do with it. Yeah, it's... I vaguely remember the effect. I'm definitely down to go around with it. Any Xyblade triggers? The Xyblade gaming? No? Okay. It's more of a fear of an upcoming bad time than the bad time itself. Alarming air. Foreboding forecast? Why did I reload this gun? Am I okay? Like, the Pearl Shield I got would actually be pretty good on this setup, because it gives extra capacity and movement speed if you take cryo damage while you have shields. So very, very specific parameter, but extra capacity is more tank, because on armored defense. Gives it a lot of mileage, and then the extra move speed is more damage out of amnesia. And because of Enrage, I'm constantly cryoing myself. So that would actually fit really well here. It's got a decent capacity. More than Body Rune. And mine has a Roid part. Drop you an armor I just got after quick vendor check. Okay. Melee damage, action skill cooldown, melee crit chance. That's pretty good. What am I here for? Fate Breaker. Agony was the name. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Adblock. Two blast gasp amnesia with area damage. This is the I think we take this, actually. This might be exactly what we need. Because it's got area damage, movement speed. It's got 3 Ancient Fury. Yeah, that's exactly what we need. I'll take it. For Afterburner? Yeah, I'll look at your armor as well. Yours is probably better. Gonna have to do more runs for that Fate Breaker. Is this base Berserker? No, this is base Stabo. Need to figure out which of my saves I'm gonna convert for this. Were you gonna join the game, Mr. Sean? Or are you gonna, like, send save? I'll just figure out what you're planning on, so I know if I'm holding you up or not. I was just there. Were you? I dropped that? Oh, that was what you dropped. I totally missed it. Ha! Shows you how much I pay attention. I was lost in thought. My ADHD brain. This is what I mean when I talk about how I focus on tasks. Like, you didn't notice? I genuinely did not notice. This is why I can never find things. Like, I was so... I didn't hit the armor buddy. I thought it came from the chest, but looking back, that doesn't make sense because it was behind the chest. Cheers. Shrimmer brain does not work. The new melee weapon, equip 2 armors. Hey, forever, it's been my proposed concept of, like, if they did another class, the gimmick would be, having two shields. Like, you could totally make that a cool class thing to build around. And, like, one is on top of the other, so you could have one while empty effect shield on the top layer and then have another shield for the second layer. It'd be so fun. Like, you could have a Cursed Wit on top of a Mace Mordu, for example. That'd go crazy. You'd eventually end up in, like, very limited build diversity situations, probably. But, like, that's why you make the rest of the skill tree shit. Balance. Hey, Rory Masters, how you doing? Okay, I need insight rings. Body rune over body rune? How dare you? Insight rings. Oh, hey, there's a Harbinger. It's got status effect damage. Maybe that'll be decent then. Tire sack. Put that away. Because I have it. Plus player screaming. Okay, I need to try this mod. I have dialogue files deleted, so I don't get the screaming. But yeah, Redux including that is a big win. You have Fatebreaker? I don't think I do. I might on my launcher save. I can check that one next. Do you want me to check with the vendors? Yes, sir. Whoa, co-op? No, it's not actually happening. It's not true. Sounds like Cat took a dump. Yeah, that's Jake. You can tell if the scratching goes a while because he's terrible at covering his shits. Ah, thank you, sir. Okay, what do we want here? We can shop around. Vampire seems like overkill, and also we'll have the birds doing work there. You go ancient? Ancient to get Reaper back? Or Vampire would give HP as well, is the thing. Echo. No, Echo gets consumed on swing. It's a lot of Fatebreakers in a vendor. Yeah, just really lucky. Just really lucky. Thank you, sir. No, not photo mode. Wonderlands UI, please. Other vendor has any just gotta go AFK. I appreciate it. I think I forgot to put away the armor scroll bar. Thank you, Wonderlands UI. How was your poop, Jake? Feel better? Oh, you smell like you just pooped. Holy shit. Can't look at newsfeed on Mana New Episode days. Yeah, avoiding spoilers in 2023 for anything is wild. I got spoiled on the events of a manga chapter that's not out for another week. And I can't look at Twitter on Wednesdays or YouTube on Wednesdays because Mandalorian spoilers. The episode comes out at midnight and then people spoil it like within 2 minutes. It's so frustrating. Because I don't watch it until Wednesday evening, and it comes out Wednesday morning. No details was satisfied. That's good. That's good to know, Flight. It's certainly been a ups and downs kind of season, you know? So I did put the armor away, right? I did? Okay. Thought I did. Just verifying. Culture News is no headline filter or thumbnail. Yeah, IGN will just put the spoilers, like what happened in the title and the picture, and like red arrows pointing to it within like 10 minutes of an episode being out. It's like, alright, fuck yourself. So I need a Graveborn or a Berserker base save. I have too many saves, chat. I think that one's Stabo base. This one Grave base. Saw 2 Ghostblade saves. I have a lot of Ghostblade saves. Hey Felicia, how you doing? When I wake up, I immediately watch it. Can't be too careful. Really like the finale. I don't watch it by myself, and schedule only lines up later in the day. So like, yeah. Fuck it, I'm watching it now. This is the way. I hope you enjoy. Ooh, we have insight rings on this save. That's perfect. They don't have good stats, but insight rings. God damn it, I don't want these. Sell. Thought. Did they make it so you can enchant used great bows in Redux? No? Okay. Sweet, IGN did notice they posted a new Blasphemous trailer. What's Blasphemous? Other than my behavior. Doesn't help that phones listen and try to show you the shit you talk about. Yeah, Pico. Yeah. Okay. So this is going to be the save we repurpose. Yeah, Grave Primary. Okay, let's get the skill tree in order first. It's another side-scroller game I enjoy with weird-ass art and plot. I like weird. I also like weird-ass. Tell me more. Luckily, read the entire Demon Slayer and Chainsaw Man manga before the internet could spoil the anime. Smart, Thora. Smart. That's something that I've just started doing. If there's any anime that I like and start actively following, I consume all the anime content that's currently available, and then I read the manga, so I'm spoiler-proof. It doesn't work out when I end up getting spoiled on manga chapters a week before they happen, but makes it harder for that to happen. So for this, we probably go half Grave, Blood of the Fallen, because we want Ancient Fury. Yeah, okay. Jujutsu Kaisen. Jujutsu Kaisen manga right now is peak. I'm so excited for season 2 of the anime. Hey, son. How am I? I'm doing well. Enjoying build crafting. We're trying to do a Shield Nova thing. Not sure if it's gonna work. But we're going for it. I guess the point of Iron Squall makes sense here for the swing speed, but I'll go second Blood Frenzy. Spell-wise, do we end up going Frostburn just for the Thrall stacks? No, we have Amnesia. We don't need to worry about that. Fortifying Sigil for heal. Empowering Sigil for Icebreaker. Empowering Sigil with Spell Radius could be a play. We can go Inflammation, though. Because we do have Blast Gas from that armor. I'm inclined to say that. Like, Mortal Vessel, just not hugely valuable, especially because we already have health from Ancient Fury. think I like that setup. Just another day of trying to make rack stab. I mean, you're not incorrect. You're not incorrect. Crit damage. I don't think I want more tank. Makes shield harder to break. Status so that it hurts me more. Spell cooldown? No, I'll just do crit chance. When in doubt. When in doubt. Okay, now we assemble the gear. Cat, do not make that jump. You will knock coffee into my computer. I know you understand me. I will pet the pet. Oh, alerts broke. I watched it today in hopes of Silksong news. Every time I see Silksong trending, it's some flavor of, we'll get news, finally. And it never is. There's the afterburner. Grab both the Fate Breakers. Grab the armor. It was a fun day for Hollow Knight anyways. It's good to hear. Hey, Jake. No, come over here. You just flopped on your side, really? You're tired? He just wants to be pet. That's how I know. Because he's staring at me expectantly, trying to get me to stop him from doing stuff. And the second I touch him, he's like, oh, cool, I'm being pet now. Cat, I'm trying to find an armor that I forgot to favorite. Yeah. Did I pass the selective amnesias? That's gonna be deeper in, isn't it? Ah, is that it? That's it. I did favorite it. Or it remained favorited after it was dropped. One of the two. Cat. If you want to get pet, come over here. Aggressive catting. Pet easy. It's synergy. Got my kitty all day too. Yeah. Okay, so we got that there. Do have a protagonizer over here. Blood bag, Omega Lol. Theurge, Barpload. Ah, Skeep. Beautiful. Passes could be better, but I'll take it. Reborn Power to boost Reaper and Blast Gasp, I think is the sound bet. Afterburner here. We've got Insight Rings. I would like better rolls. I got Elder Wyvern Rings too. Not really more helpful though. Spell crit chance, maybe. But since we're Berserker, I think Elder Wyvern actually is better. Only have one though. Have an inflammation already. Cool. I don't think what I do with my gun slot really matters here too much. We're more seeing if this can work at the moment. Cat. He keeps tensing up like he's gonna jump onto my desk from this side, and that would be really bad because that's where my coffee is. Even though there's only a sip. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Cat wrangling. Alright, what are you doing? What are you doing? Cat. He just wants laser hands too. He just wanted food. He could see the bottom of his bowl. Typical cat moment. I guess we test this in a boss run. Probably gonna have Chaos Bug. The idea is we turn on Reaper, and the puddles should break our shields. We get Novus. That's a sound. What is that sound? Where my Novus at? Chat, I ain't seeing Novus. Oh, no, there it goes. It's just hard to see. It's just hard to see. It's very loud. Like, the damage isn't terrible. Provided this isn't health bug. I still haven't confirmed that. But it's so hard to trigger. What is this? Who authorized this? All damage, spell damage, area damage, brutal stampede. Who said that was okay? Segmented circle. Yeah, the discs of the afterburner, they shoot out in each direction. So like it says 3141 times 6, it's not one direction 6, it's 1 in 6 directions. Which means that in theory, if you get it to trigger while you're standing inside an enemy's hitbox, that's optimal damage. Maybe I should be trying that. Yeah, shield damage effects. I don't know, chat. I don't know. They're still not quite where they need to be. Legitimately better than I'd expected, but not quite it. Does Redux also give better parted gear because you're getting so many perfect armors? It weights things more favorably in a lot of areas, yeah. And the passive pools for a few slots have been decreased. So it is easier to get better rolls in Redux. Legitimately. So I'm not ready to give up on that concept completely yet. There's still definitely potential there, but it needs to be workshopped more, and we gotta figure out exactly where the value is. Like, the damage on paper is not hopeless. Just there's a lot of moving parts to it. So, what is my current... 15982... 16642. So Mace Wardu is more than Static Charge, because it doesn't have the health penalty of Static Charge. I want to say Master Rune was, like, also really big. But you can get Capacity Turtle Mace Wardu. And that's more Dire Sack fuel. I should put Negative Force over on the Dreadwind build. Because you get the melee speed as well, could be nice. Yeah, that'll be nice for Dreadwind. I'll make an optimized Redux Dreadwind with that. So let me reroll this to... What did I have on the Static Charge? Spell Radius. Action skill star, gain a stack of spell weaving. I'm genuinely surprised that's still in. Like, was it changed in the mod to at least apply to action skills other than polymorph? Because in vanilla, it only works on polymorph. So not only is it not worth a slot, it's also not worth because of the action skill. So Frost Berserker, Harbinger. I would love a Dark Magic Graveborn Harbinger, but I don't think I have one anywhere. Still haven't been lucky on that front. Shit. Hey, Will, thank you for the 31 months on the 30 streak. I appreciate it. How you doing? Good to see you. Time is crazy, man.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Sheet qua.
Sheet Qua. You know that Sheet Qua was my nickname in high school? It's true. Monthly check-in. I appreciate you, buddy. Put the gas 3 days ago. Well, I'm old. I have no idea what that means. You stop driving your car? Like, I have no idea. No more farting? Mary Jane. Ah. Yeah, it works with some people's lifestyle, it doesn't with others. It's a personal thing. Also depends on where you live. You know, legality is a component. Priest father. He's in again? Ugh. 4 days for 420. Yeah, I need more Harbingers. I guess I'll try the Frost Berserker one. Let's get to 17k HP. Maybe the loss of Greyborn power doesn't hurt me too much. Not getting it, it's a bunch of in-jokes. Don't worry about it, Sora. I've been getting this room a lot today. This health bug? I can never tell. No, this is not health bug. I don't think. Yeah, no, that enemy would be dead. Cool. So I dropped the protagonizer. We went all in on capacity. So we're not really fishing for the crits anymore, but we're going for the high average damage hits. That's so annoying. What do I do when this happens? Can I knock this barrel somewhere where it can kill me? Fall down, go boom. Pause champ? Oh, well, it didn't kill me, but I got my controls back. Hello, Cosius, how you doing? Announced my arrival. It unfortunately did not work. Yeah, I don't know why that breaks like 3 hours into the stream, but the last couple months consistently that just doesn't work 3 hours in. Yeah, it worked earlier today. You missed it. You missed your window. But you did not miss some dire sacrifice content. Imagine a Quag symphony. Quag, 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 Chad, Quag. I should have taken Nasty Spell. Nasty Spell is beneficial. I gotta stop being scared. It's a fair share with max HP. It's got 1 Ancient Fury, which is area damage and more health. 2 blast gas. Like, it's trying. It's real trying. When Moxie tried yesterday, yeah, I was there. He was getting it. Like, this is a very gear-intensive sort of playstyle, and, like, solving the bossing issue is going to take multiple people looking at it. He knows how to get damage out of things. Offered some valuable perspective. It's just, you gotta clear a certain threshold before it'll start performing super well in mobbing. And the bossing issue is something we still haven't quite figured out yet for this multi-class. Stoneswan did some stuff with Blight Caller, Dire Sack, and Redux, and it's quite good. For the Bereaver variants, we still gotta figure out where the bossing damage is gonna come from. Science. Go back to this for a moment. Gunslinger armor with Reaper Bones and Vengeance. Maybe. That would certainly be more single target. Dire Sack's probably strong enough that it doesn't need an armor supporting it. Maybe. Gunslinger with some sort of Torg. Lots of candidates there. Could be Vengeance, could be Butterboom, Sword Explosion. Just a ×18 shoddy. Ludite. Or not named Ludite in the mod, I guess. Because they made all the Torg names non-sexual. Okay, now we're to the, more Celissa. Always Celissa. Always. What does this gun do? Gotta use that properly at some point. Do I have a gunslinger? I think I do. Like, how does this work out? Is the question. Cold balls and my slapping ding dong of tingling. The nerd. There's a real name. Oh, I know. I know. I still gotta try Gunslinger Headcannon. Gunslinger Skeet Prod's gotta go crazy too. Gunslinger Skeet Prod with Barbaload on a Spore Warden. Play the angles. What's Gunslinger? Dealing damage to an enemy applies a tag for 15 seconds. For every tag applied, increase the burst count by an additional shot for all non-automatic weapons. Additionally, gain 20% faster swap speed, reload speed, and 5% faster fire rate for each active tag. Oh. I'm curious enough. Hang on. We can... Oh, I'll finish this. Why not? I need to hit the bunnies anyway. I'm so used to reflexively just ending runs because I've lost interest. I need to not do that in Redux because I actually need to use the bunnies. Where's my armor? It's not that one. In fact, let me mark those so I stop getting distracted by those. Where is it? Not that one either. Was it you? What's that one? I forgot which armor I was wearing, chat. I have too many. Just run naked. This is the one with blast gas, but I could try that out while we're here. Thought I had one with ward ability. Maybe I didn't. Oh, I was thinking of another armor. Yeah. I know what I was thinking of now. Area ability crit chances. I think this is what I was running. Yeah. Even the effect only has like a 5% chance to apply a tag, it'd be too much of the additional fire rate. Just do 1% for all means. It's one of those unnerfable effects, yeah. Like, because it does what it does, it's monstrous. It's like how Barbaload being 10% doesn't stop it from being insane, because it's still Barbaload. Like, you could nerf Barbaload to 1%, and it'd still be busted. Nerf Geist in the Shell doesn't stop it from being busted. There's some functionalities are too strong for the numbers attached to them to be a problem. As much as, like, the effect is. 10% is still double dip? Yeah, exactly. You could have a 1% double dip, and as long as you're doing good damage, you're good. It was a good echo there, honestly. Hang on, that Celissa boss clear wasn't bad when I actually was trying. Don't you want to be in Celissa's face when you dire sack for old ways? Yes, but there's also the fact that if I stay in her face too long, I get hit, and then I have less health to sacrifice for dire sack, which means it does less damage. I still need to keep my health high. Adaptive kinetic friction. Oh yeah, since this has the guaranteed double roll all damage, this could be pretty good on some collaborator stuff. You double jump dash proc dire sack? No. There's a lockout. Can't do it right after dashing. You can double jump dire sack. Using Greyborn in my Redux playthrough since I haven't released that class. Their class combo with it works well with guns, which is lean more towards another type of build. Graveborn doesn't have a lot of support for guns in general. It's better with guns in Redux than in vanilla because it's easier to get your kill skills. Because there's just more enemies in the chamber at least. If you're gonna do gun stuff on Graveborn, you're most likely looking at either using it to apply very minor things to a class that's already good at guns, such as Spore or Spell or Blight, or you're going to do some sort of Reaper of Bones setup. Graveborn is really good at complementing Spell Shot for spellcasting builds. That's like its biggest strength. Poison, Spore, Barbalode. Gross. Lightning Claw, Slip and Stun. A lot of people look at skill trees, don't have things related, so I've decided exactly what it has the least synergy with. Because people like a class, and sometimes they like a playstyle, and they want to know if they could put a class and a playstyle together. There's nothing wrong with asking that question. Like, wanting to know if something works is an admirable thing. It means you've got that healthy curiosity. It means you got that build crafting instinct. That's good. I think people who in Stabmancer try to do ability stuff. Sometimes people don't know. Like, you don't know what you don't know. And if you never have the conversation about it, then you don't know. You know? People think Spore is a poison class, despite only saying poison once in the tree. People think Graveborn's a dark magic class because it mentions dark magic a lot. Attention critical flax. It's not, like, something to shame people for. In my case, I have kids and a very small amount of time to play, so I ask someone who crafts builds what they think rather than spend my limited time staring at skills. And I'm happy to provide my personal insight on that flight. Yeah, not everyone has time to do this stuff. Like, people who test items, for example, don't have time to farm. People who have a lot of obligations and don't have a lot of time to game per day, per week, etc. Don't have time to figure out how a lot of interactions work, so. I don't blame people trying things like Stabmancer ability stuff. They'll learn themselves what things do, don't work, what things mean, etc. Otherwise, a resource like Quag. Yeah, like, the experimentation stage is something that should be totally encouraged. The only point where I start, like, questioning is when people are very adamant about things that just aren't true. Like, if you hypothetically had someone who was like, you need to stack ability damage to make From the Shadows boost more, and it's like, well, that's the result of a bad test. That's not how this works. This is how it actually works. And then that's it. That's all that has to be. That's all that conversation has to be. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do Skeep Prod Gunslinger shit. Right. How did Afterburner go? Not well. The damage from like one trigger wasn't bad. I'm thinking that if we can find a way to like, so if we can get multiple discs to hit one enemy, it could be pretty good. But the triggers were still very sporadic and the damage was kind of uninspiring. But it wasn't bad enough for me to write it off completely. Like, I think it could be workshopped. Hey Onyx, try any pearls? I got the shield from Ribula on like run 3 accidentally last night. And I think it's a good Dreadwind shield. I think it's actually a pretty good Dreadwind shield. So I'm putting it in my bank right now, so I can try it on Dreadwind next time I do that. Need to put a Gunslinger away for Ski Prod Science. Where's my Gunslinger? I have a better one. Fire rate. Do I have a better one? I did a fair amount of farming. Come on. I gotta have a better Gunslinger than that. There was that good spell shot one that I didn't pick up. Yeah, that one's okay. Try to get him with Bony Face of Soul for faster shield recharge. That's not going to be any faster than Fate Breaker, which is what we were using. Just capacity on negative force. I don't know if it gets different augments, but this Roid one I have is 4.4k. Which is not as high as others, but because you can slap this on Berserker, and you often, when you're running Berserker with Selective Amnesia, your Enrage will hit you with cryo damage. You should be triggering the special ability often enough to get the movement speed, which boosts Amnesia. You get the capacity, which boosts your health through unarmored defense. And then because it's a pearlescent, you get that melee speed. So yeah, it seems like it'd be really good for Dreadwind if using an Amnesia. So that's why that's in my bank now. Yeah, let's go over to another gun build. Working on Blight Spore, not sure how I want to build it yet. Blight Spore guns are already really good in base game, like could definitely be argued to be the peak of gun. In Redux even stronger, because Spore got a lot of buffs. Bottom of Spore Tree, even the top of Spore Tree as well, like really, really, really good. Spore's got some really good gun build skills in Redux. Low level Frost Ludite. Yeah, maybe some sort of self damage with a cryo gun. Yeah. Oh, I need a different melee weapon. I don't want to use a pearl I haven't had drop. And I still don't know what that one does. It's just I have Twin Souls on like every character, so I keep having to throw more out. Where's my Skeep Prod? There's my Skeep Prod. Okay. So I need a melee weapon. And I need my, Gunslinger. The Pearl Twin Soul replacement? Yeah. I'll take that. Where is my Gunslinger? That second pearl, just another vanilla carryover. It's just vanilla carryover. The shield is the one that I got as a drop. But that's the only pearl that I've gotten. So like that's just more of the Twin Soul one. I'm still not reading it, but... Redeem free sub, gonna go to someone else? Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to indicate who you want it to go to. Or just, if you want me to random it, that's fine too. Just a random. It's very nice of you, Conman. Hang on, let me... find my own gift sub button. They make it hard to do certain things on your own Twitch channel. Some power creep picks. He's busted day one. There you go. Hey, Mozilla. Enjoy the sub courtesy of Conman. Kasuga Ichi. And good to see it go to familiar name. Okay, so I need to equip my ski prod friendly rings. What's that? Do that and that.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Enchantments. That works for me. Companion attack speed enchant. That's interesting. Sure, that works. Car horn, yeah. Now we respec because maybe I want, like, I definitely want freeload stuff. All right, we respec. Streams as short as BL3's endgame content. Streamer, you lie. Listen, I said maybe not a long stream. Like, I've been doing 9-hour streams for Redux. So, technically, only being live for 5 hours so far is short. It's jogged 5 miles. Good for you, Mr. Adblock. I need to start walking again. I used to walk fairly often, and I stopped. I gotta change that. I guess Bullseye is actually worth taking in Redux. Wild times we live in. Are we about to overspec Spore? Huge W. Yeah, we're about to have to overspec Spore. No such thing. I mean, in vanilla, there's definitely such a thing. But in Redux, like, bottom of Spore tree is actually good. I would like to have an extra Windrunner, but I just don't have the points. I didn't have the points to put anything in Infinity. Yeah. I won't get much called shot value, but I will occasionally have some value, so it'd be worth. What's the value on 1,000 cuts and what got buffed? 0.4 per stack. Per point. So 50% total at max, right? Okay. Shadows. Let's see how this goes. Let me save quit because chaos bug risk. I believe Redux also increases the value of sniper SDUs, so I think I have more ammo than I otherwise would. It's 0.2 before, so 100%. Oh, so 50% was the original value. Okay. Right. Oh, no, I was right. Okay, 100% increase. See, this is why it should have been a short stream. You have like a half an hour window at the start of the stream where my brain no work, and then you have all the time after hour 4 where my brain no work. It's a very precise window. 25% at 5 out of 5 max stacks in base game, so it's 15 Redux. Yeah. That is correct. I miss my twin soul. Great wake. I wonder if I go back to Corrupted Plate Mail. Oh, I can run Cape of Tides with this actually. Let's run Cape of Tides and full auto. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Ammo capacity alter for sure. I wonder what melee weapon I should be running with this build in Redux. Because before I ran an Amp Echo Twin Soul. Does the replacement still roll double hilts? I don't want to know anything else about it, but does it still roll double hilts? Also, I'd have to farm a pearl for the specific 2 hilts if it did. I don't care if it does. That sounds awful. Unless it has like every hilt mod or something. gun setups and normally default to twin solar peg leg. Ooh, peg leg is something to try. Wait, was peg leg the one that was replaced to make that other one? Because I had the big ounce in one of my character's inventories, and I had never picked one up. Like, LeChance's leg still exists, so that's probably the play there. So Redux say it's 50% because it looked like the skill said 0.4 per point. Hellfire. Yeah, so Ski Prod goes crazy with Buffed Spore. It already went crazy with free Buff Spore, but it goes even harder now. I think that was a joke. It's fun workshop and build ideas. The fact that Redux is providing that is really something I appreciate a lot. Testing to see how vanilla builds work, and then also seeing what's made possible by Redux itself. This just kind of feels like all this Redux content just kind of feels like first 2 months of Wonderlands to me. Like, I'm just motivated to play the game for longer. Just like back then. Hey, that is a ×4 max mag sawmill. Take that. Stinger. The Torg gun named Stinger. I've been conditioned to pick up Stingers. Thinking about that Afterburner thing again. When I do revisit that, I'm going to prioritize getting extra radius. I don't think I had that when I tested. Just that reload speed. Oh yeah, you can get Ski Prod to just not have an animation very easily. Doesn't take much reload speed to get there at all. That's why I think Ski Prod is like a better spell weaving gun than the stuff people actually use, because it's also useful as a gun. And like it's 0.8 base, I think. This one's 0.6 base. Yeah, this is a 0.6 reload speed Ski Prod. Because they're also holding a sniper for double knot, right? Any impressions on handy purple Redux guns? Tried a few and they seem really good. Purple meaning like the unique rarity, or purple as in like the epic rarity? Non-unique? Same ones in Vanilla Wonderlands from what I've seen so far. Nightshade's still good. Spriggans are renamed something else, but those are still good since Nightshades are. All your standard Torg stuff, all the same Furior stuff. Kettle Drums, I don't know if their name has been changed. I think it has. But the, like, up to 25 pellet black powder shotguns, like a Stagecoach in BO3, that's still in. All that kind of stuff. Riveters. If you can get a ×5 riveter, say like a masher crossbow black powder pistol, that's incredibly good. Some of the highest DPS a gun can do in the game. This is Skeet Prod in single target, by the way. This is a mobbing gun. It just does this. So your Skeet Prod get changed in Redux? No. The gun was just already good. It's a lot of things around it got changed. Sniper ammo reserves went up a little bit. Spore Warden got some massive buffs. Barberload got nerfed, but it's still the Barberload, so it's still crazy. Spore got some really nice buffs that complement the Skeet Prod well. Like, the seal down here, freeload. Every 2 shots, the shot is free, and it does 30% more damage. So for something like Skeet Prod where you're shooting a lot, and you don't have that much ammo, you get insane mileage. Also, called shot, you don't get a huge amount on Skeet Prod. I'm getting at most like 1 to 2 stacks. I'm never getting 3 just because I'm forced out of ADS to reload. But I get sniper damage out of that. The first shot per clip from Quiver of Holding's doing something, and we do reload very frequently with Skeet Prod, so get a little bit. It's just the Spore buffs really make this gun even better than it already was, and it was already one of the strongest guns in the game in vanilla. Very few things clear a room faster than properly supported Skeet Prod in the realm of Skeet Prod in the realm of guns, at least. Skeeto, huh? 1000 Cuts being buffed makes 1000 Cuts armor a lot more attractive. Bullseye buff, too. How much gun crit do you get for 10 Bullseye now? 200%? Ooh, fusion. What guns could I get value out of fusion on this? Cowcon, Rip Carouser, it's whatever this thing is now. You know, Handbow with the new Spore stuff could be pretty good. Using Plate Mail. Cape of Tides at the moment. Plate Mail is better for mobbing. Cape of Tides is better for single target. Anbo with freeloader is probably pretty crazy, huh? Like, if you happen to miss a crit, you still just get it back every other time. I don't know if a legendary pearl unique calamity is added in Redux. One thing I don't think I ever saw in base game. There is a unique calamity in base game, Bubba, the Hellfire. But it's the only one. Therefore, had a calamity-ish spell. Yeah, Curse of Malice kind of operates like a calamity, even if it isn't a meteor. I want to do another Skeep Prod run. Just figuring out what gear I want to have equipped to support it. Refamiliarizing myself. So it seems like Fealty Oaths got very large buffs. So like Fealty Oaths have so much value in Redux. Sharksbane is still Sharksbane, but the substats on Fealty Oath are quite large. Back with roast pork? Ooh. Like, that's a lot of mag size you get on a Fealty Oath. And crit damage. I kind of want some Dahlia Fealty Oaths. Do we do Theodore? Like, I can handle it on a gun build. Would actually be fine. Maybe run some action skill duration. I'm actually kind of down to do that. Let's put on a plate mail. Or exploit their weakness. What other plate mails do I have? Just use that one, I guess. Yeah, I'm kind of down to go get some Dahlia Fealty Oaths. Gotta do Fyodor for that. Has this character ever done Fyodor? Completed quests. Yeah, done difficulty 1. Okay, and it comes from difficulty 1. I guess I could go do 2, or should I just stay on 1? Do you still have to do the mobbing for 1 even after you've done it? I guess we can just go into the mirror real quick and find out. Hey Raid, how you doing? Good to see you. Stomach, don't start. Maybe we get a Torg spell called Magic Missile that acts like Calamity, covers the entire room. That'd be fun. I've been told spells are quite hard to make from a modding perspective, so the ones they have been able to make are definitely an achievement. Game's kind of chugging along in this area. It'll wake up.
I see you out there.
Nah, I'm good. You can let me out now. I'll do 2 so I don't have to do the mobbing. You should still drop it.
is more yet to be conquered.
Why didn't they keep the trash talking antagonist in Mirror 4?
What did bullets do to end up there?
Shrug. I have no insight there.
Back again, are you? I've got your number this time. The bullets! You can't!
Thinking about re-download this. It's a good time. Dr. Two-Face. It's a good time.
Playtime is over.
Buy cheesecake or order Domino's. I don't trust you around cheesecake, so Domino's. Can double jump and dash through almost the whole glide path? Yeah. Love a nice pecan pie. Yeah, that does sound pretty good right now. From Domino's, specifically. Double cheese pizza counts as a cheesecake? I think so. Cheesecake with strawberry jam? Ooh, that sounds good. I suppose I can see what this is called in the mod. Head splitter. Head splitter. Kettle drum and base game, head splitter in the mod. Yeah, Riveter Masher is the other crazy DPS. Oh wait, since Spore gets handling and accuracy in tree now, Riveter Masher goes so crazy. Hang on. Look how accurate this shit is. Change the name of non-uniques? Yeah, they changed the name of some of them. Some of them to be more thematic, some of them to, I don't know, because they sound cool. Okay, yeah, this thing's insane. Wait, that with Gunslinger. Riveter Masher with Gunslinger, you don't have to spam the trigger. That takes away the literal only downside of the gun. Hang on. 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 I don't care that you didn't drop Dahlia Fieltio, Theodore. I forgive you. Hang on. The attention span has moved on. We have two black powder Fieltios. I recall Epic stating he changed some names to encourage people to try new things so they wouldn't know what was base vanilla. It's an interesting thought. I can see the logic. Correct, ban Viper. I can't. I don't know if Viper has a new email address. Also, I haven't banned you for your crimes against food, so my hands are kind of tied here. Ban him. I love the Arthur emote. Crime is an understatement. Wait, this is illegal. This is illegal. This isn't okay. Wait. It's so hard to control, by the way. The recoil is still insane. Ruby spite who? What's that? We don't need that. We don't need to wait to have our damage. So, we're discussing if there are any viable purples. What build? Stab on what? Stab on Spore. Stab on Spore. Kid is very hard to control, though. This thing is still kicking around monstrously. Like, I kind of want an armor that has more Eagle Eye for more handling. It also gives more accuracy, so the spread gets tighter. So I think I want a gunslinger with... What's the combo for Eagle Eye? Hang on. Is that what I wanted? Eagle Eye? Yeah. Surely there's an armor combo. Okay, we got Spore Stabbo as Bullseye, Eagle Eye, 1000 Cuts. So Spore Stabbo Gunslinger. Where is this enemy? Nightmare the Diamond King? Anyone have an idea where that enemy is? Weak Wild? Cool. Near the obelisk. Thank you, everyone. Part of the quest for most metal group in Wonderlands. I don't know if I've done that on this character. I think my sigil is blocking my projectiles. This is very hard to control. I guess I don't need to ADS. Hey Nepsy, how are you? Stinky all of a sudden? Yeah, it's because you left some food out, Rabbit. Don't be mean to Nepsy. I don't left any food out. Rabbit food jokes never get old. It's because they're not jokes. It's legitimately just stuff he's done. I don't make rabbit jokes, I make rabbit references. food does get old. Always bully me, ban please. I want it so badly. How many email addresses do you have, Rabbit? Answer carefully. None which I can link to Twitch. Okay. You saved yourself. This is so crazy. Like, we don't necessarily need Spore here, but it really helps with freeload. Oh, so I want this skill combo. I want this, but on a gunslinger. Cheesecake sitting in the corner reserve probably legally vote soon. It's also seen some shit that it shouldn't have had to. It's really cool to see you get giggly for new theory crafting. I really enjoy this kind of stuff. This is why I play these games. Some people do it for like the item hunts, and that's perfectly valid. I do it for the high I get when I think of a build idea and I start testing it. That's why I play these games. Or so you testing stuff you already know? Yeah, it's because a lot of it's ground that's already been tread. Well, with Redux being very new, this is just kind of the vibe whenever a new lands game comes out, or a new piece of content drops. It's this. It's exactly how people are treating Redux. That's horrible. Rabbit. Rabbit, just throw it out. Just, if no one's missed it in that time, just, like, put it in a trash bag and throw it out. No one has to know. This shit goes so hard. Ooh, action skill active gun projectile speed on this would be real good. Do I post a picture? Please don't. Do it. Agent of Chaos, Nepsy. Wow, that was a play the angles ricochet that took out the entire bone bar. And if one of you makes a joke about having your bone bar taken out, that's about what I would expect at this point. Fuck. I knew it would be you. I knew it would be you. Next time the house is empty. Yeah, that's about right. I'd make a joke about my bone bar. The technicality, very on brand for you. Boss fights usually only last 20 seconds when there's a bone bar. True. I personally am a bone bar speedrunner. I'm gonna go to the shop, now craving cheesecake. Dude, why did you ask if you were gonna do the opposite of what everyone said? Everyone's like pizza. You're just like, nope. Like a bone noodle. Take the mugs out as you leave, yes. Blaming Felicia. She can ban you from Discord. Have I done quests in this area? I think I've done all the quests on this save. We just gotta figure out which... Where in the map is the enemy I'm looking for? Cardinal direction-wise. From the makers of Dr. Seven Soda, try Bone Bar, trademark, made with 100% pure cacao nibs, A5 Wagyu marrow, and absolutely zero sugar. This decadent dessert will make you glad you're a carnivore. Yes. Wanna make a true melee Zane build? With Executor, you could probably get some good value out of Unleash the Dragon, but like, once again, that's Unleash the Dragon. Hate St. Louis, no cardinal directions. Well done, some old guy. Light applause. Light applause. This will start here. You know, when Marrow's done right, it's so good. True. Cryo makes bone bars shrivel up real quick. Accurate. These folks at Dr. Seven know how to make product. It's true. If you're a Catholic reference, we both too obscure, potentially off-putting. It'd be just the amount of spice to spark a conversation, but you went with a safe pick and it still worked. Well done. I guess I'll check all the enemy totems. Okay, what spawns here? Oh, this is Gargle Song, okay. Not why I'm here. What's this one? Obelisk, yeah, you said that. You said that, right. My memory no worky. You did say that. I remember now. Oh yeah, no animation. Redux W. Faster fast travel. It's hard to control your dash when you have a lot of movement speed because your dash is affected by that. But you zip around so quickly too. You guys level up quickly after story? I do Chaos Chamber. In Redux, you can kind of just level during the story. Like, you finish it pretty high level if you do all your overworld content in particular. Yeah, getting your overworld side missions done, and getting collectibles is a really good way of getting XP. You will hit level 40 before you finish those. Notice the launch when you dash towards the top of the gentle slope? Yeah, I've actually been doing that. by habit. I ingrained that one in my muscle memory from Dr. 7 let me have a little bit of early access to the movement tech over in BL3, and that's something that I learned to abuse there. Recommend flicking the bean for XP. Yeah, you get some good XP in the area that opens up if you flick the bean enough. Been trying to learn the timing to abuse it consistently. I've been told you can do it off of certain walls as well, which is really interesting. Absolutely zoomed through the story in about 3 hours. Now I'm post-game level 22. Yeah, do your shrines. Get all your shrine pieces in the overworld. That'll get you a good amount. Man, this shit's cracked. Very confused mosquito, doesn't know what it wants to be. There's a gunslinger, Stabo Spore. I want Spore Stabo. Guess I can equip that anyway. Yeah. Technically more damage because of the points in Swift Death. And yeah, as Jaybird said, if you want XP, side areas in general are quite good. You get a lot doing Mount Cross storyline. It's very quick, very easy to do, and you get a lot. And there's also some side stuff that's very efficient to do there too. Tangle Drift has just good mob density over in the church area, so you can get XP there. You can get good XP doing Mirror 3, the one with Theodore, because there's several infinite spawn rooms with good density. But I believe you need to be like level 30 or higher to farm that effectively in Redux. So like, by that point, you're already set. I just want you guys to know that so many projectiles are coming out that if there's enough density when I'm using this gun, my encoding overloads on OBS. Saw that out of the corner of my eye. Literally too much. Oops, wrong click. Hey boo, how you doing? Isn't that like 2.5 projectiles for your PC? Boom, roasted. Sometimes. I make a wrong turn. I forget where I'm going. I went too far. Coombs said he won't fuck me unless I wear my Gerudo Link cosplay. I mean, what do you want me to do about it? You want me to fuck Coombs instead? Like, make it even? Yeah, some things are meant for Twitch chat. True. Yes? Oh. Well, I'm not going to. So, good luck. Health bad egg. That's a good roll. Now, as much as I like From the Shadows here, what if... Wait, Spore Fuse isn't a thing still in Redux, right? Right, yeah, it's definitely not a thing. It's definitely not a thing. Which after? I'm after a gunslinger with as many points in Eagle Eye as possible, Brucey. Eagle Eye specifically because it has handling, and I would like to have less recoil. So quit farming fun. It's less painful in this instance because I can spawn 5 copies of the enemy. So I get 5 runs of value per. It's less awful. I still hate save quit farming, but like Redux save quit farming is infinitely less painful. So if I have to deal with this terrible gameplay loop, Redux does it best. I'm getting the reverse combo of what I need. Oh wait, no, there we go. It only has 1 in Eagle Eye, though. But it has fire rate and gun damage. You know, that's fine. I will accept that. See, we're done. Okay, how else can we refine what we got going on here? Enchantments. Yeah, I could change out this one. It's the aim of the build. This is gun stuff. We're going crazy with this Riveter. Now, this gun is crazy in base game, but in Redux, there is a gunslinger class mod, armor, whatever you want to call it, armor in this game, that lets you kind of bypass the one downside of the Riveter, that being that you have to spam the trigger. It only does as well as you do. But with the effects you can get here, yeah, even more handling, max size, I like it. You can bypass the only downside. So I'll show you it in a boss run. It's interesting trivia, Ken. Oh, hang on. Chaos bug. Pointing gun at the correct target to hit stuff. Rare Quag gun build gameplay. We did some of the sawmill setup earlier, and I think with better parted sawmills, that could do well in Redux as well. But I think that this Riveter... Ooh, last rights. I think that this Riveter is going to be one of the craziest things you can do gun-wise here. Because, seriously, it cannot be overstated how utterly bonkers the theoretical DPS of a Riveter in base game is. It's just entirely dependent on how fast you shoot it. Like, scroll wheel with this gun is silly. But with Gunslinger, you don't need the scroll wheel. Also, the not trick shot. What is that? The Pogner? That's less efficient post-change, I believe. That's ammo consumption increased. Pagner. Hey, Pascaroni, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everybody doing? We are doing something that you never see on a Quag stream. I'm playing a gun build. Yeah, I'm not doing anything particularly weird other than weird gun build, but yeah. This gun absolutely, it's silly. It's silly. It's real silly. And I love it. Ooh, big ounce. How the heck are you? Doing well. How was stream? Good to see everyone. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff, primarily BL3 and Wonderlands. Enjoying my time with Redux. Redux is, it just genuinely feels like a content update. Like, same sort of vibes around it. We discussed this earlier. This is just kind of how people receive new DLCs or new lands games. And that's, very high praise. Ah, I fell. Finished Dragon Lord, need to clean up side missions, look for gear now. Very nice. Out of curiosity, what level did you finish Dragon Lord at? Because I'm finding everyone's ending at different points, and it's interesting because the Redux XP curve. Like, because it's easier to level, you can sometimes end up even more underleveled, if that makes sense. There's so many particle effects that it's actually affecting my game stability. It's chugging along. Finished at 29, rushed after LeChance. I went and leveled a little bit before I went to Dragonlord after Nightmare, because I wanted to have my capstone in my skill tree. But I finished Wastard at like... It was like level 17 or 18 or something crazy. Redux more than content updates the game's savior. I personally wouldn't go that far because I do really enjoy vanilla Wonderlands, like unmodified Wonderlands. It's still a game I personally have a lot of fun in and get a lot of value out of, and I've gotten a lot of time out of it. But I also like this. I wouldn't say that Wonderlands is something that needed saving, per se. It's just a polarizing thing. Some people like it, some people didn't. And that's how a lot of games end up going. Absolutely a bunch of missed opportunities, and I think the Redux team has done a good job of pursuing some of those things. $29 for you as well, Pascaroni? Nice. I was at 28 and just went up a level at the Batsalion Coronation. Okay, yeah. That works out well, because Vanilla Dragonlord is level 30. I never am on level when I fight him in Vanilla. I ended up finishing at about the same rate, but having done none of the side stuff I normally do, basically. This is a purple, by the way, chat. This is just a purple. This is not a unique or anything. This is just a purple. This gun in the unmodified game is already insane, but there's a bunch of stuff available in Redux that takes it to this level of silliness. I'm a build crafter first and foremost, so Redux providing new ways to break things is it's pretty cool in my book. I need a new melee weapon. I keep forgetting. See the build at this point? Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Iron Man, Mr. Ant-Man. That's the first one I could think of. Yeah, Spore down to play the angles. Max Freeload, because this skill is insanely good. Max Wrath of Nature. Max Called Shot. I was using sniper rifles at the time when I spec Called Shot. I'd probably pull 1 point from that and go for Windrunner instead for even more fire rate, maybe. It's also kind of weird not having a point in Infinity. So I'd maybe move stuff around, but this is what it looks like currently. And then Stab Tree is over to get 1 in Contagion and Elusive. Best way to level up after finishing story? Finish out your overworld stuff. Grabbing your shrines and all that stuff, that can get you a lot of XP, and it also gives you a bunch of stat buffs. Yes, you're welcome. Pistol of preference. The one I'm using right now is this. It's a Riveter Masher. In the unmodded game, Masher is Sutkoff, but Masher in the mod aligns more with what we're used to in Borderlands. Yeah, ×5, black powder, crossbow barrel pistol, with gun damage crossbolts if you can get them. The ones that don't say melee. This thing is an animal. Like, its only weaknesses are that it has a ton of recoil and that you have to pull the trigger manually. If you are able to pull this thing's trigger close to, like, the fire cap, then its theoretical DPS is just out of this world. Very few other guns compete. This is like Sword Explosion levels of damage. It's frightening. But it's hard to do, because it kicks around a bunch and because you have to pull the trigger. In Redux, Spore Warden gets more handling and accuracy and all that good stuff. Your spread tightens up and your recoil's lessened from Eagle Eye, so that helps a lot. This Gunslinger class mod lets you shoot really fast because it takes any non-automatic weapons, and for each stack of Gunslinger's effect you have, you get an additional shot in your burst. So if you just tag a few enemies, well, this semi-automatic gun is gonna just fire out like 6, 7, 8 shots for each time you press the button. So the reason why I wanted more points in Eagle Eye on my class mod when I was farming one a little bit earlier is because more points in that is more handling, just more recoil control. You can get some handling on an Amulet passive, I believe, unless that's been removed in the mod. And there's that Sport Warden skill. I think Buffmeister might also give you handling if you're into that. I don't use that spell personally, but I think, unless they remove that, it might just be bonus element in Redux. I don't remember. They didn't have any cheesecake? Good. Crisis averted. Just bonus element now? That sounds right. Oh, Wastard. We can meme this guy. My PC is not happy with me today. I need an Echo melee weapon. I gotta hit the melee bunny in this run. This is so strong. If you do highest difficulty mirror, do you unlock all mirror drops? You need to do all difficulties. I'm not sure how that works in Redux. In Vanilla, you needed to unlock them one at a time. I don't know how Redux handles that. So to be safe, I did them all one at a time. Hey, Ewan Musk. Little late was lurking. I appreciate you being here. Yes, Bacon Rage. Appreciate it as always. Tempted to ice my face. Oh no. Injury? Dude, you got no idea. My face already hurts in anticipation. You don't have to go into it if you don't want to. Like, I'm sorry, whatever happened, happened. Oh, Crying Apple. Mr. Sean, if you're here, you think about Crying Apple? We could do stuff with this in Redux, maybe. That's a lot of Novas. Gonna fight with my floral sleepwalking? I did a lot of sleepwalking as a kid. Fortunately, as an adult, I haven't done that. I talk in my sleep. Like, I sleep interact, but I don't go anywhere. I used to roam, though, growing up. Almost went down some stairs a few times. Ooh, scary stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna buy that Crying Apple. We could maybe theory craft around that. Depends on if it requires a full refill, and of course, the base damage. Right. Crit damage on Salt and Battery applied to Storm Dragon Judgment? Yes. So, Awe bypassing Storm Dragon Judgment having low crit could mean that Salt and Battery is a good Storm Dragon Judgment stat stick in Redux. Doesn't require a refill, it's potentially busted. Even if it does require refill, like, you get 3 consecutive, so you get good coverage. Like, you'll be dealing damage in the time that you're gonna be allotting towards trying to fill it and break it again. It could maybe still be good. Like, even in that worst case. But as you said, if it doesn't require refill, then that's a lot of potential overlap. Like, this is screaming Blightcaller to me. Because you could also use Poison to apply Bog Down, maybe? Hey, Honey Bunny. Revisited my Blight, guys. You got me to try the game again. It's actually kind of funny to start messing with DLCs and my characters. Also, how are you? I'm doing well. How are you? We're having fun with a gun build that I just kind of stumbled into doing. It's been very enjoyable. And we're thinking about weird build stuff as well. Wonder why that was doing more than the other stat stick I had. Yeah, generally, for most forms of, like, stat stick based melee in Wonderlands, Goblin Pickaxe becomes the way to go because it's got really high crit chance and good crit damage. Salt and Battery has terrible crit chance, but amazing crit damage. Like, it's the worst crit chance and the best crit damage. So, like, the issue is it becomes inconsistent, but with how Redux Awe works, you still have some amount of reliable crit chance. So, like, if you get 6 awe from armor, for example, then it's probably still high enough that you'll get at least 1 crit per throw. Master Crossbow things gross. Yeah. It's so good, Butter. It's so good. Stabospore? Yeah, this is Stabospore. I could go for a different element here. I guess a fire barbel load would be a little bit better. Fire element to boost my body rune bonus element. Actually, a Stabo power 1 would be good because I'd get more from the Shadows duration. Sleepwalk to an all-you-can-eat buffet once. Never change. Never ever change. Base game things fighting boosted rubies in terms of DPS. Yeah, I was talking about it earlier. But you have Gunslinger in Redux, which removes the downside of you having to achieve that fire rate yourself. Now it just does it. Master crossbow better than one-shot masterwork. Doesn't mean that masterwork crossbow is bad, because that gun is still incredibly good. It's just this gun is a DPS demon. Would you stumble upon to make you go Spore Stabbo? I've always had this saved. This was one of the first like dedicated builds I made in this game, way back a year ago. Because I really liked the idea of simulating a flak fadeaway-ish playstyle. So I went and did it. From the shadows, giving you more consistent play the angles was the main thing. But this is what this looks like, this gun, once you get it rolling. It's just Ruby Spite, but better. Like, a lot better. Because on top of the Barbaload stuff... Ooh, crit connoisseur, amazing. On top of the Barbaload stuff, you're getting the black powder ricochets. Question, is it bad if most of my damage comes from AR on bosses and Plague Storm for my black guys? No, Plague Storm is naturally going to be doing the lion's share of your damage in bossing. Like, that's just how it works. That's the area of expertise. Like how Dire Sacrifice is a mobbing thing, Plague Storm is a bossing thing. That's just how they work. Flak build? Yeah, Stripes. This is the build I made to be gun flak a year ago. Now we're doing it with Redux stuff, and it's strong. May I ask if it's bad I'm using all dark magic weapons, fire battery and cryo buffmeister? I mean, if you're using weapons that you have no better option other than them being dark magic, then it works out fine. Like, for example, Gluttony and Vengeance are very good guns, and Ruby Spite that can only roll dark magic, so it's not like you have a better choice there. Cryo buffmeister is frequently the strongest of the variants. Frequently. And, Body Rune is always fire, and Body Rune is always good. Those are all logical choices. How's this fire rate? It's this armor, Ewan. Gunslinger. You get 5% faster fire rate for each enemy you've damaged in the last 15 seconds. And then that's on top of the fire rate have from 4 points in Windrunner, which stacks twice. So that's 32% there. And then I could have more elsewhere. I have 10% on my armor. Got a lot. Might as well be Infinity, except it does damage. That's the big difference between this and the Infinity. This kills things. I love Fortifying Sigil. A good chunk of healing. In the actual seconds? Ah. Never seen a Jacob shoot so fast before. This gun has a very high fire rate cap. Like, it's one of those things, a speedrunning tactic is to use the Pookie's Chew Toy, but you shoot by scrolling. Like, you map shoot to your scroll wheel, 2 directions on it. So you just do that to shoot faster than a normal trigger pull would allow. This is basically that, but the game is doing it for me. Because Gunslinger increases the amount of shots you get per shot fired. You know how BL2 Zero's Two Fangs skill is a chance for just an additional shot after the one you did? It's not an extra projectile, it's just a full extra shot. Think of this as that, but if I've shot 5 enemies in the last 15 seconds, then each time I pull my trigger, I get 6 shots. As fast as the gun will allow. So that's why it's shooting so fast. I have a Hero G502 and still not found out how to bind that button to the wheel. Yeah, I don't know how to do it either. I just know it's a thing people have done. Jacob's crits, PTA Barbaload, might as well throw a bucket full of bouncy balls into a room, see which one gets more ricochets. Never mind, just did. Ah, you figured it out? Cool. What do the X's mean? That's when a crit happens. The crit indicator in Redux is changed from a very annoying critical pop-up that takes up most of your screen real estate to just being a little X. It's much cleaner. I like it a lot. Hey, Vermilion Phoenix, how you doing? Back? Welcome back. Oops. I accidentally launched myself. Yeah, we've been messing around with a bunch of builds today. I didn't expect to be doing this, but this is fun. Favorite combo classes? Depends on what I'm doing specifically. If I had to pick one, then I guess it'd be Frost Shiver, that being Berserker Stabo, just because it enables so many things, and it's like the peak of melee. But my favorite action skill is Storm Dragon's Judgment, so in terms of like what I run most when I play the game, it's Claw Stalker, Claw Stabo. If I'm doing spellcasting stuff, I do Deadshot, which is Spellgrave. If I'm doing dot stuff, most likely Blade Caller, which is Blight Stabo. There's a lot of Stabo. Stabo's just a good supporting skill tree for dots and melee, which is what I spend a lot of time doing. It's not how you pronounce Ghostblade. Ghostblade is great too. I do love me some Ghostblade. Playing Fla? Yep. Kinda want to take this into Raid Boss Rush, because this against Gloop would go so ridiculously hard. I haven't done any Redux raid bossing yet. I haven't done the raid bosses at all in this game in a while. It's been a few months. Maybe we do that. Blaze of Glory could be good here, but giving up Barbaload is too difficult. Not surprising, honestly. What's that, Beef? Do Bone Carver, but it just doesn't seem there's much synergy there. I don't know how to pair my Stabo. It's an awkward combo, right? Because is that new rarity? Uniques are their own rarity in this mod. Stripes. It's Redux exclusive, but uniques. So like all the quest rewards are, you know, in this rarity instead of being blues and purples and it being confusing. But yeah, Bunny, Bone Carver's a weird one. Because, like, there are things you can do with it. For example, that's a good Stab-O-Matic combo, at least in vanilla. Ooh, Insight Ring, I need that. But, like, Stabo is mostly geared towards, in terms of its absolute strengths, it's dots and melee. It can support other things, but it does dots and melee ideally. Grave doesn't really support either of those things very well. Grave's biggest asset is that it supports spells, which Stabo doesn't support all that well. Either one of them can support spells well when paired with Spell Shot, but not particularly with each other. So you just end up not doing anything particularly great. And your action skill choices are like, Reaper of Bones doesn't do anything on its own, it enhances something else. Dire Sacrifice is good in mobbing if you support it with your other class, which Stabo doesn't do as well as, say, Berserker or Blightcaller. And then From the Shadows doesn't do anything on its own, it supports something else. That leaves you with your last action skill option of Ghostblade, which Graveborn doesn't do anything for. So it's kind of like, what are you trying to do with this setup? Bone Carver was Boris? Yeah. Yeah, Frost Shiver, on the other hand, is an omnibus of a class. It just kind of does whatever you want it to. Most notably, it's like peak melee, provided you're not doing something that requires a Clawbringer, such as the hammer action skills. But Frost Shiver is like peak melee, and you can do good gun stuff on it. Just really solid. I want to buy that shotgun because it looks like a Guardian Angel. Strike Me as type gets the itch to just play challenging, interesting boss fights, and the raid boss is one of some of my favorites outside doing things to get to them. Gives me the same rush doing GTD does, so it's a surprise. Yeah. I pretty much feel the same about how the raid bosses are in this game. It's just I'm often playing builds that it's like a time commitment to even get into the fights. Like, for example, you will die. Nice. For example, the yellow boss fight. Getting into that is annoying if you're on a dot build. Because it can't be dotted. So often I just don't want to put the effort forth. Where's the thing for this one? It's here. I wonder if Gunslinger causes me issues here. Might need to unequip it. Where'd the thing go? Oh, here. Let me... just to be safe. Just to be safe. It's a Redux move you try a weapon item you normally shied away from in the original game. Not yet. But I'm open to that changing. There's some things I still just don't find interesting. For example, Buffmeister, even though it's justifiably been massively reduced in function, it still doesn't interest me. It's still not at all an interactive way to improve the power of your build. So, not for me. Pixies are still pixies, so same deal. But a lot of the other stuff is just, it's been interesting in new ways of using items I'm already familiar with. Like, I knew this gun was crazy, but this armor from Redux takes it to a whole nother level. For example. Fatebreaker. Fatebreaker got a pretty big buff that makes it more desirable, but Fatebreaker was already good for certain things, because, you know, Stone Swan's done a lot with Fatebreaker that I've been able to see. So even though it's a hard item to get value out of, you can get value out of it. And I've briefly used Fatebreaker on my launcher build for amp stuff as well. That's my dilemma. Frost Shiver is so good though, really good. An idea I had was maybe Clawstalker, Mistdancer, Blight Sabo. Mistdancer is... I like it a lot for guns. I would not recommend Mistdancer for anything else, but it's a lot of fun for guns, as you can see what I'm doing right now. Clawstalker. If you're gonna do Clawstalker, generally, my opinion is like you're building around one of the action skills. One of the claw action skills specifically. The Stabomancer is how you get maximum value out of both of them, in vanilla at least. Other than that, it's not a combo I really use for anything. You can get a good Ghostblade setup going, but like if you have Blightcaller available, or, you know, Frost Shiver, those are both do Ghostblade better than Clawstalker does. Even though I personally did run Clawstalker for Ghostblade just to be different before Blight came out. For Blight, I run Bladecaller for pure dot builds. I also run Bladecaller for my Ghostblade build. Clawstalker was the move originally, right? And then Blight came out. This is totally gonna hit the thing. Don't hit the thing. Okay. Well, yeah, they make it very easy to get to the raid bosses in this playlist. Love it. Like, as easy as it could possibly be, honestly. Good feature. Keep forgetting I need a new melee weapon. Having an Echo would go so hard. You gonna do your third bar? PC's not happy with all this. Oh, I dodged it during the frame drop. Let's go. God Gamer. I've done EGR runs in a while. Kind of wanted to flag EGR. EGR is one of those things where the biggest barrier, in my opinion, is getting a good Slaughter Star and a good GTD in the same run. It's just that. Oh, wrong dodge. Skill issue. We have this fight. Practice and also appreciation for the mechanics. I like bosses that are like, hey, move or take a lot of damage. I like bosses that force you to engage. Much more interesting than your average lands game boss. My PC is very not happy with this build, chat. Uh-oh. Me not having shields right now is a problem. Luckily, Redux movement means I can probably finish this phase sooner. Yeah. Average lands game boss just simply has 30 immune phases. No, your average lands game boss just stands there and has HP and no threatening attacks and doesn't require you to do anything other than slam DPS into its face. Adding immune phases was a change to that formula. Wasn't always done responsibly, but it was a change. I think Slaughter Star is the biggest hurdle due to how buggy it is. Take 30 immune phases over spammable Novas. I don't know if I'd go that far, but like, if we take the worst uses of immune phases and the worst uses of the other kind of fight, I would sooner go with the immune phase thing. Like, Anathema's probably the most irresponsible use of immune phases they've done, right? But it's still a good fight. Bye, Gloop. More Woden, less Evil Lilith, yeah. I need to remember to move for Swift Death. Maybe a different shield for this fight as well, different ward, because we can't trigger Body Rune. This fight's a little awkward. We don't have a particular crit vulnerability. We don't have the ability to get our kill skills. And we don't have multi-target. It takes a while with this particular weapon. Do I have a Catatumbo? A Catatumbo would do crazy here, actually. Do crazy? What am I talking about? Would go crazy. I should go for Catatumbo. Gunslinger with great bow. I wonder how that would work. Escape prod? Yeah, but I got my black powder shit on right now. We do have a Pookies. I don't have a Catatumbo right now, but I should get one. Back what I miss. We're doing the spiciest Mistdancer gun build. Or clickbait the shit out of it. The best Mistdancer gun. I don't know. It's fun. But we're doing raid bosses. We absolutely bullied the other ones. Just need to get a Catatumbo for Maker, I think, or element matchup purposes. And we get a lot of value out of the dot it applies triggering contagion. So currently we have no ability to get exploit their weakness because we can't turn on our bonus elements. Spore stab, right? Yeah. Guess I could just do the actual fight mechanic. LOL. Temporarily change. So we can that. Could also use Cape of Tides here. My cape. Is that really what I was working with? I don't have a better cape? Oh, there we go. How many volleys of ice spikes would repeated cast ice spike normally do? It's 4. I think it's 4, yeah. HP is real. Less so that vibes, more so I do not have the ability to trigger some of my important damage dealing skills currently. So I had to switch stuff around. Like, you see how much more damage this is doing? Big aspect of this is shock on, lightning on wards is a really favorable matchup. I need exploit their weakness to trigger, which I wasn't getting at all with the Riveter because I wasn't able to trigger my bonus elements. I've got Soaked helping this out too. Just a couple of damage passives here and there make it feel like a different fight. See, that's leagues away at efficiency. Ludite based? Yeah. Where's my field TOs? We are black powder field TO gamers today. And that can stay, and then we switch back to... Where's my gunslinger? Where it at? Not it? Yeah. Just a get of sun me, I assume. Eternal Qualities is my favorite stuff. Glad to have you, Mr. Adblock. Oh yeah, Redux made Maker drop a lot more loot. I remember reading that in the notes. There's another gunslinger. Shark Lesson with AoE radius. That could be useful. Mind Rune. Tried to capitalize on my Blake Ice build to Cryo Buffmeister, did not expect to do so much. Soaked is a huge inclusion. If you're using Cryo or Lightning damage as a primary thing, it is a huge increase in your overall output. It's a new multiplier, it just kind of does that. I like Soaked because it's a thoughtful thing. Like, you have to know when to include it into your build, and you have to figure out the most efficient way of applying it. Because if you've got a significant fire component of your build, then it's not worth applying. And then in some situations, Cape of Tides is optimal, in some situations Tidebreaker, in some situations Twisted Delusion, in some situations Bog Down. It's a thoughtful mechanic. I like it. Any other runes even worth outside of fire? Spirit Rune situationally, yes. Spirit Rune is a really good one for the Maker, in fact. For a few setups. Body Spray, my beloved. Do any of these have Echo? No? That's awkward. Do I have anything that has Echo? No? That's also awkward. I check vendors for Echo Melee. I think I need to. How many stickies of a Gunslinger Hawk can you get? Good question. Thank you for testing. Unlike Auto Bear, not very thoughtful mechanic. Maybe not in how you use it, but in what goes into an optimal Auto Bear setup, you do put a fair amount of thought. It's just one of those things, all of the thought done is before the player executes the gameplay. Some setups are like that. You're getting so little crystals, the updated change. I don't know what the intended rates are. I know in terms of the loot side of the mod, the tastes of the segment of the community that a lot of the loot changes are aimed towards, they tend to not care for bunnies. It's not a view I agree with, but the intention of that crowd is that bunnies should not be as good a way of acquiring items as going to dedicated sources ever. I'm more of the opinion that a viable alternative doesn't hurt anything, but it's a difference of opinion. Hashtag ban barf bunnies. Oh, I didn't see the message till I left the area, Corden. Apologies. Echo melee weapon. It's a smash hammer, though. Is there not a faster one? I'll buy it, but, like, is there not a faster one? Pain. Look at all the purples I have equipped. Purple's not viable, by the way. What did I have on the salt battery? It was the ammo regen. I wasn't swinging that often anyway, so that's fine. This means I'll have faster projectiles when From the Shadows is on. That could be fun. Shotguns would be good with Gunslinger. Yeah, there's a lot of things that should be pretty good with Gunslinger. Notably not Hyperion shotguns, though, because they're all full auto already. There's a lot of full auto shotguns. But Black Powder, in particular, gets a lot of value out of Gunslinger. Torg as well. it's not viable. You did make it work. I was kidding, Bunny. There is a common talking point, I guess, despite the fact that you have all sorts of people being like, absolutely not. Like, it came up in Moxie's stream yesterday, and he was like, what? Where people are like, man, I wish purples are viable. It's like, they very much are. This whole idea that purples aren't viable, I don't know where it came from, because from, like, day one, all of us lands creators are like, look how many good purples there are. Some people took it far in the other direction, or like, hang on, purples are too good. I don't know where that idea came from, but purples are cracked in this game. I think they also made some shotguns and weapon types that were not full auto and vanilla, now to full auto. They did that to Torg ARs, right? Did I remember that correctly? Is this health bug? I can't tell. Seems like health bug. No, you'd probably be dead. No, it's not health bug, I'm just cracked. Okay. All purples suck except the ones that are good. Based. Sword Explosion would be the Sword Explosion. Crossblade, Merlin's be interesting to see. Yeah, Crossblade would be cool there. I mean, it works with launchers, too. It's just getting enough fire rate for that to be worthwhile is probably awkward. Check crystal modifier now? Yeah. Purple weapons for some reason scale well in Wonderland, especially when it comes with good parts out of the hundreds they can get. I think a big part of that is the ceiling of how tanky enemies get is not crazy far away from the floor. To the degree that, say, BL3. BL3, a lot of purples fall off because enemies have 10,000% more HP. Bonus crystal amount 280%? Is that what you're looking for? I'm here. I was saying, Bunny, that a big part of why that is because, say, in BL3, for example, a lot of purples fall off because enemies have 10,000% more HP. So only weapons that were designed to deal with that can deal with that, for the most part. There's exceptions, but generally speaking. But in Wonderlands, enemies don't get that far from their starting HP, so a lot more stuff works. Torg Stickies moment. Yeah, Torg Stickies are very strong in this game. Torg got a whole manufacturer buff that had everyone going, what? Let's make the basic Chaos 10 modifier in base game. 10% of the 100. We all waited for the loot I nerfed, it just didn't. Yep, simply never happened. It might be one of those things, though, where maybe it's better that it didn't, because even with all of the Torg sticky options available, and them like kind of dominating gun bossing for the most part until you get crazy stuff like Riveter. Let's loot at again. Crossbow barrel torque pistol. Even with them being that powerful, they're ultimately still in the gun bracket of power. Like, as crazy as Ludite and Sword Explosion get, they're still worse than just hitting something with a laser hand or an ice spike. Or having a good dot setup. Or meleeing something once with some damage formula. You know, it's still weaker. And I'm not saying that something being weaker than something else means it's not too powerful, but like look at where gun builds kind of tend to cap out in Wonderlands. 75 is pretty much where we see them starting to peter. Whereas, you know, Stone Swan was doing Chaos 500 with dots. It wasn't efficient, but it was possible. Guns couldn't do that without crazy amounts of double dip looping that they're not suited to. Whereas dots can easily achieve that comparatively. Melee and spells are capable of one-tapping raid bosses at C100. Guns can't. At least not with anything you can actually pull off in practice. I'm sure there's theoretical calcs for, hey, if you got a Spore Fuse trigger on every pellet of a multi-ball cannonballer to the Maker's crit spot with a shock one, and you got Mosquito on every single one as well, then yeah, you could one-shot the Maker with that, but obviously that's not a realistic thing that can happen. Ice Spikes are still epics though, which is kind of funny. Purple's good. Yeah, very true. We talked about it earlier, in terms of, like, if I had to pick a top 3 spells in the game, it's Laser Hand, Wicked Gossip, Trickster, Ice Spike. Hey, Clamp It. Had no idea about Barbalode, Gunslinger, Ruby Spite. Had all these at lower levels, never tried that combo, just saw you do it. It's so good. Thanks again for what you do. Hey, happy to inspire, Clamp It. I can't take credit for discovering any of these things working together, but I'm glad to just show more people. I haven't seen anyone use Riveter with Gunslinger though, so I'm really happy to be doing this. Tell everyone about this, chat. Tell everyone who's gunplay enthusiasts and playing Redux. Tell them how good the Riveter is. Riveter Masher with Gunslinger goes so hard. Mosquito Mail is the crossbow armor. Yeah. I just picked up something. I don't know what I picked up. How's that? Yeah, it's 5,000. Would be doable with dots, because double dip loops. One of those may still have one. We'll try for sure. It's so fun, so enjoyable. It's a 16 mag sawmill. Yeah, actually, I'll take that. I kind of want ×2 16 mag, but ×3 might still work. Weird Weaver Arc Torrents. I need to get some of those. I need to get some of those. Try that out in the caster build. I keep forgetting. Wish Mosquito Mail wasn't so bulky and big. I kind of like the look. It's different. But I get it, yeah. If you don't want that look, it's one you can't really escape from if you specifically need to use that armor for whatever reason. I don't know how you get through the first room Chums DLC in Redux, shooting the pillars, nothing's happening. Should just be that. bonus of being able to shoot through walls. Really? That's interesting. That's really interesting. Do you remember the name of it? Like Weird Weaver Arc Torrent, is it like Cloudburst, non-Cloudburst? I'm gonna assume non-Cloudburst. Which delivery? Is it like specifically repeating or specifically simple or what? Bugged out for me. Restarting seemed to fix it. Ah, maybe that then. Not anything Arc Torrent repeating. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye out for those. Weird Weaver repeating Arc Torrents. On with bulky armor, just the fact the bulky parts are made of wood. Fair enough. Quozy the Riveter. Nice, Jabridge. Feeling pretty good build-wise. How's this looking? Bunch of eruption spells. Spells do snap, cause explosions. They get so many good effects that paired well and do well. Every cast causes 2 explosions. You get to be a channel. You can start having 10 explosions going off at once. Gonna be vortexes and so on. Favorite spell because it's snap followed by boom. Yeah, eruptions are satisfying. What does Barbaload do again? So it has a mild ammo return function, but the primary value is that anything you do to an enemy, like any damage you do to an enemy that has crossbolts stuck in them, has a percentage chance to send a projectile to a nearby enemy that double dips the damage you dealt to trigger that ricochet. So basically what it means is if you shoot an enemy for 100 damage, it's going to create a ricochet that has a base damage of 10, but then gets your damage formula again. So your Barbaload impacts, even when nerfed down to 10% in Redux, in base game, it's just, there's no reduction. It's just the base value is the impact. Even if it's just 10%, it's very frequently bigger than the damage that created it. So it creates the situation where you're ricocheting for more damage than you originally did. And that can go into other things that double dip. So you could, for example, put down a Plague Storm, get a Barbaload ricochet underneath, and then that Barbaload ricochet is going to land, get fed into Plague Storm. Plague Storm can then trigger a Barbaload, and that can just keep happening if you're lucky enough. And that is a theoretically infinite recursive loop that increases damage each time you get another one. And I gotta say, the way they implemented farming in Redux is so enjoyable. I've never been a min-max farmer player due to the tedious amounts of time farming normally takes. Redux makes that possible and fun for amateur gamers like me. I agree. Even as someone who's more hardcore about the game, but has a very extensive distaste for farming, I think Redux, if you're gonna do a dedicated farming system, which I still think there's alternatives explored in other games that I would prefer, but if you're gonna do a dedi farm system, I think Redux is the way to do it, and a lot of the features I've seen thus far. Like, the respawnable, like, you can spawn 5 copies of the enemy. That's just nice. That's way nicer than anything we've seen in the Lands game. Items telling you exactly where they come from is really good. as well. The transparency about like what the items do to the best of the tooltip author's knowledge. That's all good stuff. Scammed. Scammed by that one. I was hitting my spell button. Barbaload just lets you double dip again? Yes. Barbaload has no internal cooldown. Barbaload can trigger off of Barbaload. Like, it can keep going as long as you're lucky enough. So you could, for example, force a loop pretty easily with, Spirit Swarm, Contagion, Barbaload, Plague Storm, and Echo. Those are all double-dipping mechanics that can feed into each other. That you can get on one build. Doing a Bosa today, still not sick of it. I was having a rough day yesterday, Clampet, so I put on Moxie stream in the background, and I just did some farming. It's something I never do. I just did some farming off stream. I wanted to get some gear, so I went and did it, and I honestly kind of enjoyed myself. Ooh, last gasp. I could last gasp here. Seems risky, though. Heading out, short stream, by the way. Night friend knows. Later, Viper. Listen, short Redux stream. Only 7 hours. Only 7. So far. Don't call me out like that. Oh wait, hang on, I need to look at the Arc Torrents. Weird Weaver, repeating cast, Arc Torrent. Cool, that's exactly what we were looking for. Hey, legendary Naruto Paul. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? What'd you get up to? Oh, this is the one that goes through walls? Wow. Is this affected by spell radius, Locosius? If you're still here? Or is this like one of the non-splash ones? There's very few spells that aren't splash, but like this could be one of them. Not a minute more. Pascaroni's keeping me honest. Think so, yeah. Otherwise, we won't get the DK Procton thing standing next to the targets. Fair enough. Yeah, I'll have to mess around with that on like the Purecaster as well. That's really interesting. I'm looking for... I would like a Barbaload with Stabo power and mag size? Preferably fire for the element. It's a lot of specific asks. I forgot there's also that that new amulet. I got a copy of it on one of these builds. It's like stacking gun damage and accuracy penalty. I need to ask Dr. Sevet if that's gun damage or if it's something that isn't gun damage. Because if it's just gun damage, maybe not for me. Range of that thing is also yep map. I am gonna put that in my bank right now before I forget. mean like Pearl? Yeah, it stacks up like Pearl. Yeah. Just a stacking gun damage mechanic. It's more like Anarchy than Pearl. But yeah, I forgot about the Negotiator. This is like the Freeman, right? Buy that so I don't forget about it again. Maybe Extinction Calamities will be good in Redux, because things are just kind of less healthy in general. And Spell Shot has more ways of getting spell charges back than in Vanilla. Maybe Calamities get their day in the sun. Unlocked a core memory for me. Off the 8-piece? Interesting. I remember being disappointed and underwhelmed by the 8-piece. Okay, so yeah. Riveter Masher goated. Riveter Masher goated. Tell everyone. Great gun. Both in Vanilla and Redux. So we're finishing faster than 7 hours. So, like, that count as a short stream? I think it is. Wait, what? This is spite? No, this is me being hungry and also I have to pee. Thank you guys, everyone, for hanging out. Pascaroni, everyone else who raided. Thank you for the raids and stuff today. Much appreciated. I've really been enjoying time with Redux, and I hope you guys have been enjoying the content, and if you're playing the mod, enjoying the mod as well. Let's see who's live. Moxie's doing some pearl hunting in Redux again. You guys want to just go over there? You'll probably go there anyway. So yeah, let's go over there. If you got my emotes, feel free. If not, that's okay too. Moxie's been going for like all of the pearls, and he's been fitting some build crafting and optimization in between. It's been fun hanging out over there. I've spent a lot of lurk time there. And of course, you know the guy. You'll enjoy it. Say hi. Watch him do some damage, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.
Here's the thing. I didn't really think there was any things that needed changing in Borderlands 3.